Welcome, one and all, to today's stream. I'm a little bit more active nowadays, as you can tell. Today we're going to be having a crack at Satisfactory. Now, I've had a little bit of experience with this game, not a lot. I'm far from an expert in it, that is for sure. We are going to start a new world and we'll try playing it from the basics and see how it goes. Now, I've watched a lot of videos on this of other YouTubers doing it, and quite often you don't see them do kind of the hard work from the start a lot. You often see them, they'll show you some cool advancements and whatnot, but they don't seem to show you the hard effort sometimes. So I figured I'd try and show you some of that. Some of the background stuff that I've figured out, some of the things that I have watched other tips for, and anybody that I've taken a tip from, I will make sure I put a link in the description to their video. So let's get started. We have no idea what we're doing, so we'll just go Wi-Fi for that one, eh? And I have no idea, so let's have a crack. Yep. Oh, okay, hang on. There we go. Nope. There we are. So you'll even get to see the whole loading screen. Woohoo! Shouldn't take too long. This does take a little bit longer when I'm streaming and recording at the same time. Usually it would have loaded by now, but never know with these games. And this is playing just on the normal version. I'm not doing any test branch or anything like that. So when you just download the game, I've got it through the Epic Store. I'm not sure whether you can get it anywhere else. Definitely not an expert on that one either. But I figured I'd just have a crack at it and see how we go. Now, my lovely wife just delivered my lunch to me, so you won't hear me chewing, I promise. But I need to eat so that I've got some strength for today's stream. Now, I'm testing out a whole different bunch of games on my channel lately to see if people are interested in different things. I definitely had a lot of fun playing Red Dead, the last live stream. I'll be definitely doing more of that with my mate. He's currently getting some sleep. I did show that you can make some random friends online, but we're not going to be relying on those. It can be a little boring watching people just run around solo in Red Dead. It is good if you want to do some spamming, but yeah. We'll listen to the little yip yap from the machine.
Use provided blueprints to build the necessary buildings. Chart the planet and gather resources to provide desired results and improve your infrastructure. Make sure to report any unusual discoveries to R&D for analysis.
We're just going to have a quick play with some settings, guys, so stand by.
Expand your factories, outposts, and pipelines through automation and augmentation. That's it. Get to work and be effective. Warning, planetfall imminent. Please remain seated during full procedure.
Now, if anybody wonders, I do use OBS to record my videos because it's a very effective way to record your videos and also do your live streaming. Also, we have absolutely no mods today, so it's literally just having a crack with the vanilla version of the game. I'm sure there's a lot of different mods you can add to this game, just like all others, to make the experience a little bit better. But I like giving you the genuine experience that the creators decided.
Is at 100%. Remember, efficiency first. speed.
Yeah, we should be fine.
Welcome to Planet Massage 2 ABB, your designated sector in the binary star system of Akucha.
No, we can't do
I
anything
am
until she
ADA,
finishes
also
yapping.
known as artificial.
Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I know how to do it. Woohoo! Okay, so you press F and you deconstruct your little pod. It gives you your little hub constructor. So grab these little nuts. They are the one thing other than the berries, like these ones over here, that will actually give you health in the early game. When you're running around, when you first start, just start picking up everything you can. Leaves are fantastic. So come over here, grab some basic stuff. You're going to need this stuff. Grab the wood, that is for sure. These roots, the wood is the best that you can get really at the start for your bio burners. Now your bio burners will provide power to everything. You're going to need something to burn in those, so that's why we're collecting what we are. So, and it gives you a lovely little tab of how much you've collected so far. We won't have to do this for very long once we get our basic setup going. Now, one of the things that I've learnt in this myself is, as soon as you can, stop building just on the ground. Get stuff onto foundations as soon as you can once you start building your hub, because it makes your life 100% easier to organise and things look a lot better. So let's just get this going. I have no idea what's down here. Probably a few things that want to kill me. Probably can't get... Okay, so we can't get through there till we get the explosives. That's a much further along in-game thing. As I said, I have played this a little bit. I still have a long way to go compared to some of the guys I've watched on YouTube. One of the guys that I've really enjoyed watching is Kibitz. He is really good at this game. Definitely worth checking out his channel, that is for sure. Some of this cool stuff he does in that is just insanity. And he does this little thing called a blip, where 1 second you've got nothing, and then he kind of cuts out all the in-between hard work that sometimes you want to watch to see, you know, just how he does certain things. But I'm sure he's done videos on how he does it. I haven't seen them, but yeah, he is fantastic at this game, that is for sure. A lot of inspiration in that one for me. So, I think we've got enough leaves for now. We'll get about 2,000 if we can. Then we'll find a lovely little spot near some iron ore veins, and we'll chuck down our hub. Now, the great thing is with your hub is don't be disillusioned by it. You can move the damn thing. Once you've put it down, you don't have to stay there. So don't think that once it's down, like, that's where you're centered for the rest of the game. You know, once it's down, yeah, you can still move around. You can still do other things with it. Alright, so there's 2,000 roughly. Now we've got a good start for our biomass. We won't have to be running out every 2 seconds to go get some. So, where are we? Alright, do we have our lovely little scanner? No, that's your stupid thing. Not yet. She wants me to look at this shit. Okay, I've done that, go away.
Second objective, please ensure you have your fix-it.
Yeah, whatever. So, your little bug zapper goes in your hand slot. It will always stay visible to you, whatever's in your primary hand slot or in one of them. Yeah, whatever. V, that's what I was waiting for. Iron ore node scanner. Alright, so we've got a good hit there, some over there, and over there. Now, these will all be impure, no doubt, which means that they're the worst sort of node, but they can be improved. We'll cover that later. So don't be disillusioned just because it's an impure node. Doesn't mean it can't get better. Oh, hello, little friend. Piggy? Oh, don't run away. I want to fight. Haha. Awesome. Now, the first time I come across those when I started playing this, they kicked my butt. Absolutely killed me. I had no idea what I was doing. When they're going to run at you, jump. Easiest way to deal with them. Jump and stab, 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 stab with your little zapper. Now, we're going to need this.
Build the hub. Note, to complete
Yeah, you shut up, lady. We have the reason why we're collecting this straight up is to clear off the top of the node. We're going to put some extractors here once we can. Oh, and look, we've got a limestone node right near us. That's sweet. Haha, missed. Oh, caught me that time. Let's try and fall down on top of him. Okay, so we copped 3 points of damage there. As you can tell by the little bar down the bottom left with a little health thing. We'll just eat a couple of these. Or 3 in total, actually. And our health is back to full. That's why whenever you see your little berries or your nuts, collect them. Do have some juvenile friends that watch my channel, so they're probably giggling at that last comment. But what can you do? Now, this one's not essential to collect. It's honestly just in the bloody way. Cool. We're probably going to use it anyway. Oh, one of the things that we're going to want to get as soon as possible. Those little bugs. Well, slugs. So, we've got our little things here. Let's just set up our constructor. Oh, hub. Sorry. Not constructor. Right here. Why not? Come over here. And we've got our first tier of unlocks.
You have unlocked.
Yeah, shut up, lady. Let's select this, which means we come back to the bench here. We process some of the iron that we've been given. Now, I can't remember what the button combination is, but there's a way to get this into auto craft. I can't remember. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. So right now I'm literally just holding down the left button. I know there is a way to do it. I don't remember how. It's in one of the update patch notes, I'm sure, but I hate reading. No, we don't have to have processed it all, but we're going to, just, you know, because I'm a perfectionist and I like to just have it all done. It just makes it easier when I want to craft stuff later on. Now, we only needed 10 of the iron rods to do the hub upgrade. You'll be upgrading the hub a lot. And there we go. So you can just shift left click and then upgrade the hub. So that's the first upgrade. Now we've got another one. So that was the first one there, hub upgrade 1. Now we've got hub upgrade 2, which gives us a smelter, power lines, and copper use.
Congratulations. You have
So we need 20 of these now. This is why we kind of done what we did. And let's get 10 of these. You get 2 for each one of these. That's good. Alright. Yeah, shut up, lady. So that's hub upgrade 3 done. Then we get concrete, which is literally what we've already been mining, which is the limestone. But we need to go find some copper.
Congratulations. You have
yeah, whoop-de-doo. Alright, so we've got one right near us, what looks it. 134, 204. So we'll head for the 130. Probably one of those little piggy guys there. Don't fall down there. Oh, sweet. Yep, hello, piggy. Alright, always collect their little carcasses. They will come in handy later on. Just get some stuff out of the way. We'll need some of you. Sweet. Alright. We got some basic copper. We're going to need more, but... See? Lovely little fall down there. You'll probably die if you go down there just as now. We have no way to build ourselves out, and you probably have to run through some lovely poison cloud. That's what that little glowy stuff was. Alright, you have a storage right here. So we can store for now our lovely plant mass, the bug stuff, and the flower petals. Keep everything else on us. Okay, so we'll process our copper ingot. So it sucks having to do it this way when you first start, but shit happens. This is called the start grind. It's not hard. Like, you do a little bit of this, and the first thing you do is get your smelter up once you've upgraded this little place enough. So we just need 20 of this, but we'll build a little bit more. Probably use up all the copper for it, because at this early stage, pretty much the copper's just used to make this. Because this is then used to make cables. So might as well convert it all. Now we definitely need 20 of that still, so let's do that and get some cable up, because we will be using that. Got that in there. Alright, so one of the other things we want to try and do when you press Q is we've got our equipment bench. Now, we do need to go do some mining by the looks of it, because we need 6 iron plate and 4 steel rod, unless we've got some in the inventory. We do. So we need 6 of this. Now, one of the lovely little tricks you can do is hit the little plus icon there next to what you're trying to build, and it puts what you need up in the top right hand corner there. So we just need to come over here, literally get a couple of these. Come back. And hand smelt it, I guess. Hand purify it. I don't know what you would call it. We need 1 rod. Oh, we made 2. Oh, I'll finish it off. And chuck this here. Actually, we'll chuck it on the other side. Turn it towards you. I swear they made this thing to go right here for your hub. This is where you get your portable miners. You want to get these up as soon as possible. They make your life 100 times easier. Plus, they have a second use of where you actually put them in your mine. Well, the extractor. So, get a little bit more. We can stand there for a little while and collect if you want to, but why bother if you can just get a little bit. Come over here. Do your quick process. See what we need for this. You can add him to the list. We need 2. It's going to be a pain in the butt, ain't it? Oh, we've just gotten 2, haha. And one of these. Cool. We've got what we need. Come over here. Now, don't bother making another Xeno Zapper until much later on, because the one you've got will work perfectly fine, and it never wears out. You need 2 to make the upgrade, but that will come much later on. Come over here with these lovely little guys, and oh, I forget how to above him. Left click. So, unpacks. Now, these require no input. Don't ask me what powers these little guys or how they work. It's just one of the game mechanics. But they work all by them lonesomes. So now we've got the first one. We no longer have to hand mine iron ore, because this little guy does it for you. Yes, for now we still have to hand process it, but that will change very soon. So let's grab a little bit from him. Now that will continue to fill up till it hits 100, and then it'll shut down. So let's come over here, let's get a second one going, and we're going to make our life a little bit easier, and we're going to go chuck one on the copper node so that we can run over there and grab it whenever we need it. So we know we need a couple of those. We know we need about 4 of these. There we go. Let's make it up. I'll just keep that one listed there for us for now. Also, chuck one on this. You're gonna need it. But, yes, there is a bit of running back and forth. You can put as many on this as pretty much will allow you to cover it, but honestly, it's kind of pointless. So even while they're setting up, they're already extracting ore for you. So again, this is a normal copper node, which is better than our impure iron nodes over there. So it produces it at a faster rate, which is just one of the lovely little perks of it. Now, you have 3 different sort of nodes. You have impure, normal, and pure. Fairly simple. Your impure is obviously your slowest processing node, so here's an impure as well. Now, if I looked at that too quickly and you couldn't figure out how did you tell that it's impure, it literally says the word impure. So, it's kind of staring you in the face. Now, while we're here, we might as well have grabbed everything out of you. Now, to finish this hub upgrade, to get what we essentially need, we need to do some more purification by hand. Our first thing is we want to get up to the hub and be able to provide this power and get a smelter going as soon as possible. Because then we can stop doing this shit by hand. We'll still have to move some stuff by hand, but it's much quicker to do it this way. Now, there is a way to start where you've already gone past all this stuff, but if you're kind of new to the game, this is the easiest way to learn all the general basics. If you skip the first stage, you have really no idea what you need to do, and you kind of step back a little. So it'll take you a little bit longer to actually figure out what to do and how to do it if you don't do it this way. But we know we need 20 of this to do the upgrade, and 20 of this. So we've got to go out and get some more of this. Even though it's telling us that we can make another portable miner. Now we are just going to make another one of these. And chuck it out on here. Now, these aren't wasted once you get the automated miners. These are actually one of the key components to the automated miners. The automated miners being ones that can literally mine without you having to interact with them, because they'll actually pipe the stuff out of them for you once they have power. So these are fantastic for that. So we have enough copper for now. You don't use a lot of copper much until later on. So grab some more iron ore. We've done our little installment there. I know it's a little bit boring, but unfortunately, this is just what you have to do at the very start of the game. So this is just how you do it. So you have a bit of patience. And once we start automating stuff, it'll get a lot quicker and it'll look really cool. We'll have things moving around on belts. We'll have machines working, processing, outputting all kinds of cool stuff for us. Now, we need one process of that. And so we need 20 in total of that. There we go. So shift tab, shift left click, shift left click. So there we go. So we've now got constructors available to us, smelters available to us. We've increased our inventory slots. Now concrete is available to us, so we can scan for it. We can also make reinforced iron plate, is one of the key things you need for a constructor. And we can now get this one, which will give us conveyor poles and conveyor belts. This is essential. So we're not going to waste any time.
You have unlocked Scanner Feature Limestone. New buildings and recipes, which can be found in the build menu and craft.
Now the question is, Do we have? Oh, we have. Cool.
Eighth
Our
objective.
first
Complete hub upgrade
biofuel
4.
refiner.
Note. Use power
Well,
poles to expand the power network for optimal
this gives you
results.
power once you chuck stuff in it. So now we've got our smelter. We need some iron rods. So let's go back over here. Grab this. Wait for it. Grab a nice even number. We're going to need a lot more copper. So let's do a quick process, and this will probably be the last time we have to hand process iron, because the first thing we're going to do is get an iron smelter going. So we'll just finish this off real quick. Well, I'll leave 10. What do we need for an iron smelter? Great thing, you just do the little click again. Now we need 5 of those. Let's build our smelter. Now, my advice is, as soon as you can, build a power pole right next to it. There is method to my madness. You'll need some concrete. Now, as you see, each time you click this, it uses 3 of the concrete. As I said, you will go through a lot of this. This is why we got the extractor on there as soon as we could, because, as I said, you'll go through a lot of it. Now, the only way to process this is in a constructor. It will not be done in a smelter. So the machine we just built, this isn't processed in it. And it can be a bit of a pain in the butt, to be honest. So let's do a little bit more. Oh, might as well harvest all this, because this gets turned into cable as well. So plenty of cable. Got enough to put in the machine if we need to. We need some iron rods. Let's do some of those. So, power pole. And then put in another one here. And then you press number 2, and you connect them together. Now, they don't have power yet, but that is now connected to the smelter. The smelter machines only have one connection. Most machines, well, I think actually all machines, only have one connection. So, build a machine, build a power pole. For the early stage ones, it's just quality of life. It honestly makes life a lot easier. So, we're now connected to here. Grab some wood, because it lasts much longer than the leaves do. Chuck the wood in there, and we have power online. So you use E button, you click on the machine, and you have to designate which one of these you want it to make. It cannot make both at the same time. So you'd obviously need a second one to be processing copper ingots. So we select this, and then we chuck in our current stuff that we have on us, and it's now making it at 30 per minute for us. But we don't have to hand do it anymore. So all you need to do at this early stage, when you don't have the extractor and conveyor belts, is come over here, collect it. Now, if you're going to have multiple processors like that one, so say you got 2 of them, you're going to need 2 of these, because these extract at 30 per minute at the same rate as the automated miner does. So unless you want to end up with a huge stack of this stuff just hanging around doing nothing, you might as well make a second one of these. The only problem is you have a limited amount of power. Now, we are already using 4 megawatts. This machine takes 4 megawatts. Right here is the number for 4 megawatts. So we process at 2 per second. Oh, sorry, correction. It takes 2 seconds to process each one of these little things. So, which is about the same rate as what you do other thing. But your great thing is, as I said, it's going to keep processing what we drop in there, so we no longer have to handcraft it. We do have to manually haul for now, but that is an improvement on handcrafting. So what we want to work on now is a second one of these. Oh, we've already got everything we need. Great little option they added to the game. That never used to be in it. So I absolutely hate just building on the general ground, but for now, that's our only option. So build here, connect him up, select copper. Now we'll run over to our copper node, which is just over here. So, great thing is, little landmarks, run past the limestone, go past the chasm, jump the chasm because it's fun. Gravity isn't the same as Earth, or this guy has exceptionally good jumping. So as you can see, we got a full 100 stack out of that miner. As I said, it's stacked up to 100, and that one will do it quicker because it is a normal node. So effectively, that normal node has the same output speed as this iron ore node and that one there together, because that gives you 30 per minute. Normal gives you 60. And you can probably guess what a pure node does, and if you can't do maths, I'm not going to help you. You should go back to school. So, all our iron ore is now processed out of there, so we haven't had to touch it other than to come over here and collect and take it over. So, there's 50 right there, come over. As I said, this is very early stage, but why do it by hand? You know, the whole have to go to the bench and craft each individual one when you can just come here and you've got that. So you come over here and look at your biomass burner. Now we started with 111. We're down 5 now. So as you can see, wood lasts a lot longer than leaves do. There is ways to improve the fuel we're putting in. We're not there yet, but we will get there. So we'll chuck in that. Now we need 75 of the iron plate. We can start a machine crafting it for us if we really want to, but honestly, at this stage, you might as well just spend a few seconds crafting what you need. You have to wait for the extractors to process the stuff for you anyway, and less machines you have to clean up for later on, the better. There we go. And we'll come over to our copper. As you can see, while we've been just distracting ourselves, we've already got a supply of stuff. As I said, it's really easily way to spend a bit of time while you're waiting just to do this, and your resources not build up. Great thing is, in this game, the only thing you really have to monitor really closely at the early start is your power. Because you don't have automated power, it's one of the things you do need to focus on fairly quickly. So let's chuck in the stack there. You can chuck in part of a stack. So we've got 66 or 75 for the iron plate. It doesn't have to be full in order to be able to be put in. So we've chucked in some. Now, in a second, we'll have enough. There we go. Do that, upgrade. And now we've got the little addition. Alright, that might be the next upgrade. Yep, no, this next upgrade.
Congratulations, you have unlocked building conveyor belts and poles.
Yes, we're going to need conveyor belts and poles, so shut up. What we really want is this miner Mark 1. So we do everything we can to get that as soon as possible. Reason being, we won't have to transport anything to our smelters anymore by hand. Yes, it's going to make life a lot easier. So let's do some quick construction. You can sit here and, if you want, get a constructor going, just making iron plate. Iron plate is really easy to, you're going to need a lot of it. So don't feel bad about having a stupid amount of it getting made here at the start. Honestly, you go through so much iron plate for almost everything. It's, yeah, I'm not even going to tell you the amounts you're going to need. You just wouldn't believe me. Alright, so we've run out of what we've collected so far. So come over here real quick. Grab out of here. Run over to your smelter. Chuck her in. She's already got stuff waiting for us from the last time. Again, more stuff waiting for us from the last time. It's just about eliminating processes of manual work at the start. So, might as well click these leaves since they're right in our way. Hey, these are fun because you can zap them with absolutely no consequences and they run away. Go away. Plus, they're just a little pain in the ass. So, sometimes it's just fun to zap stuff. So, as you can see, that one's completely full, even though, you know, it's only one miner compared to the other ones, it fills up extremely quickly. As I said, that's because of the node that it's on. So let's go over here and chuck some more stuff in. So, we don't have anything to chuck in. What? I already did that. Haha, my bad. Alright, so there we go. Alright, again, so we need 20 of this. We've already got that. That's what we had on us. So let's make some more cable. Now, as you process it, you'll actually notice that this number here is going down because we're using the raw ingot, and this one's going up, which means that because this cable here requires the wire, as you're making wire, it's telling you how much you can make. It's a really awesome little addition they made to the game. I'm really hoping you guys can't hear me chewing. Alright, so we've got the 6 that we need. We'll make the iron rods, which we need a lot of, as you can tell. There we go, so our wire's done. Now we're going to need more wire, so don't feel bad about making as much of that as you can, because seriously, the amount you go through is just ridiculous. Because all your power poles to connect to every machine needs a cable. And the longer your distance, the more cable you need, blah, 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 blah. You'll see as we do it. So, there we go. As I said, we can automate this process, and we will. We're just not there yet. We're getting there. So, we've already got smelting going. So, when I first played this, I had no clue, and I was doing everything by hand for ages. Like, I got up to the whole building the, well, I'll leave that one as a big surprise, but a rather big machine by hand. And it took me forever to do it. So, let's not do that. Let's use a little bit of the experience that I've gathered so far. So we know we need another 49 of this. We'll make a little bit extra because seriously, we use it a lot. There we go. And we should now get... That might be the next one. It's been a while since I played it just from the start doing this.
You have unlocked Building Miner Mark 1.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Storage
This is what we really want as well, is the biomass one. This is what you do to convert the fuel, being the leaves and the wood, into a different fuel type, which is biomass, which lasts longer than the raw material we're putting in. It makes life 100 times better. So let's try and get that one as quickly as possible, and we're almost ready to just automate the full process from... Actually, I think we are. Hang on. Because we can... Yes, we can. So as you can see here, we're going to need at least 3 extractors. You can see here that, as I said earlier, the portable miners are used to make this thing. So this is why they're awesome. We've already built them. So the only thing we need is the raw materials to honestly make this next upgrade, and then provide power to it, and then put in the conveyors. We'll need this, and we might as well go get some more copper. Honestly, the big guy that I zapped there, the big fluffy thing that looks kind of like a weird elephant, they just get in the frickin' way and they annoy me. So let's just pick up the miner. The great thing is, if you click the pick up, whatever's in it just goes into your inventory. as 56 iron ore got added. So we're going to need you guys. So now we've got the 3 we need. Come over here, and the first one we're going to put down will be on the iron ore spot. So let's do that now. We do have enough for the first one. Now what she needs is power. So put in your power pole. And chuck in another power pole over here by this one. And chuck one here. Run power to there. Run power to there. And connect it up to that grid. So we've still got a spot there to connect off if we want to. It never hurts to have extras. Seriously. Nothing wrong with extras. Nothing worse than having to interrupt your power supply just because you your connections to your machines because you didn't put a power pole in. So we need another one here. And here's an example of how that one is taking 2 cables to connect up just because of distance. So that's why I said you will go through a lot of cable. But the great thing is now, oh, sorry if I run over here and actually put in the raw materials that we gathered up there before. Chuck in this one first up, and then that, and then we can just top it up so we don't have any raw materials on us. Now I've seen so many people just collect the raw materials, and like seriously, they'll end up with a huge supply of raw materials in this box. The only raw materials you should be storing in this box are your berries, your nuts, and your reserve fuel for your power. You don't need to store anything else unless you have overage on certain things. Like, why would I store the limestone? Like, it's infinite. If it wasn't an infinite material, then maybe, but seriously, it's infinite material. As you can see, our maximum capacity is 20 megawatts. We're up to 13 already, and that's just an extractor and 2 smelters. Now, this extractor here is online and producing ore at 30 per minute. But we still have to manually take it from there to the smelter, which is utterly pointless. So let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. Chuck the connection back in. Still have a connection off here, 2 of them actually. But let's move our smelter, temporarily at least. And we're looking for a little green line that appears. There it is. I know it's really hard to see, but it just means that you're lined up to the output point of here and the input point there. So there's our raw materials going in. Make sure we select that. Put the other raw materials that were still on the machine when we did it in there. And now make sure we connect power up to it. And now this machine is pumping out the stuff it's already mined. This is processing at the same rate as what this is extracting. But the difference is this belt here is moving material at 60 per second. So 60 items will move along this belt. Sorry, 60 per minute, not per second. For the 60 per second, that would be like seriously done already. 60 per minute. And this is producing at 30 per minute. So this will move stuff quicker than what this can make it. This is the right rate for a normal node. We'll stress more about belts later on. But this will fill up with everything that this already has. So we can just do that if we want to. And top it right up. It makes no difference. This is going to fill up to a point now. Once this hits 100 iron ore ingots, the smelting, this will shut down. It's got nowhere to put it. So what we want to do is get a container and put a container here once we can afford to build it, and any raw materials from this will instantly get stored in the container. I don't know what free fire is, mate, but I'll have a look at it for you at some stage. But welcome to the channel. Alright, so what do we need for our container? I believe it's only about 10 of these, so it should be enough. So again, we're just looking for that lovely little sweet spot. There it is. And we chuck our little connection in there. Yes, everything that we need to actually build other components is still all manually done, but we will get there slowly but surely. So, if you hit this lovely little sort button, it sorts everything in your inventory to keep it all nice aligned and whatnot, so it's easy to look at and go, I have this much of this. So we now know that we still, to do the construction, what we want, is we still have to do more on the miners. Now, somebody just asked me to play a game called Free Fire. I don't know what that one is, but let's have a quick look. I'm curious. I like to help people out with things, so Free Fire. Hmm. At some stage, we'll definitely have a look at that, about getting it on the channel. Looks like it's very popular. But the great thing is, from our work there before, we've now got 56 stored up in here. So as soon as this produces something, and this number here will basically stay this around about the same now, because it's producing at 30 per minute, it processes at 30 per minute, and this is storing. So, and these belts move at 60 per minute. So that's why you've got a gap in between each resource node, because exactly one gap is would be the exact rate for the movement speed. So we do this, we've got our lovely amount there. We now have enough materials in order to make our extractors on each one of the nodes that we previously had. So there's our limestone. There's our lovely annoying elephant dude. And let's put our extractor there. We don't have enough stuff ready for that, but we'll get our extractors going. So there's our limestone one connected up. We need some more actual concrete. So we'll do a little bit more of this manually. But as you can see, we have not had to manually do any stuff for the copper since we've gotten these extractors. That's how much this life improves with these. So what we want to do is put a storage container here, the smelter here, and we will run the supply of materials from that extractor to the smelter over here. It's just about putting stuff in convenient spots, especially in the early stage, so you don't have to run all over the joint to go collect your materials. That's why this is right here, because we just come up, we collect, and we go. It's all about convenience. So the great thing is right now, this extractor is getting us limestone. We'll need the next upgrade, and the next one of these. Oh no, there it is. It's already there. There we go. We'll have to put fuel in there. We're going to have to use leaves. These burn through extremely quickly, leaves. So the first thing we want to do for that is get a constructor going. So in order to build that, we need quite a few different things actually. 1, 2. This also needs iron plate. But as you can see, because we collected a heap of the iron ore that's been processing, we've got it available to us. So now we can make a constructor. We're going to look for that lovely little sweet spot. There it is. Move a little bit closer. Now this makes your concrete. It's the only way to do it at this early stage. So this only uses 15 per minute, and this is capable of making 30 per minute. On this impure node. So we're actually extracting more than what we're using, but we don't have what we need for the belts to be able to take advantage to make it completely efficient. So we need 2 of those. We've already got our smelter. So let's collect. Take that out. Might as well leave that pole in. We actually need to route our poles over there, so do we have enough? We do. The main thing we're using right now is cable. And power poles can go for a long way. So, there we go. Now this extractor will start working, so we'll start getting copper ore at 60 per minute. Again, we don't have the facilities to process 60 per minute. We can only do it at 30 per minute because we can only build, with the belt technology that we have right now, 1 smelter per belt line. So we want to build at least 2 storages and also the smelter. So we know how much we need. There we go. Iron plate. So let's put 1 container there. Put the next container here. Let's put our smelter right there. Now, as you can see, we've completely used all the power nodes for this pole. This is what I was talking about earlier, about having more power poles, at least 1 per machine. So I just wanted to give you an example of that. I knew that had happened, but I just wanted to show you why I was droning on about it. So we chuck in a power pole there, and you have to disconnect the old ones. We'll connect up there. We're connected there. So this one isn't the primary connection from over there now. This one still is. So this one has all its points taken up. So we want to get rid of this. Connect this one to here, which means that this one still has a spare one. This one still has a spare one. So get this one converted to the copper. Run our... Oh, we need more iron plate. We're going to need quite a lot of iron plate, actually. Alright. So now from our constructor, it'll start moving our concrete into there, into the storage. We want the same thing for that and that. Now, there is no physics for shit falling in this, so you can build it however you like. Alright, so our poles will only extend to here. So let's raise it up so at least it looks alright. Now we've run, that noise there was saying that we've run out of power. The great thing is your conveyors will still keep running. If the machines don't work though, the conveyors will block up. No doubt this one here, no, this one here has run out of fuel. So, take our leaves. This is why we gathered up so many leaves, guys. Top both up. Back online. Now, we haven't got a lot of machines. And we've already nearly reached our maximum power output potential with the hub. So, we're at halfway with our power output. 23 megawatts out of 40. Here's our lovely conveyor line from the copper. Takes time for stuff to get over here. This is set up, ready to go. Here we go. And we're feeding in copper into the smelter. It has no power because I haven't hooked it up. There we go. We're now feeding in at 60 per minute. The belt can handle 60 per minute. This can store you 60 per minute, but can only process it at 30, so it's not efficient. They're only processing at half of what this can supply. So we'll address that later on. You will need a lot of copper, especially for the later on things. Iron ore is the big resource that you'll always need. Again, something we'll address later on. We do have another iron ore node right there, so it'll make life a little bit easier. But so far, we're making concrete. So essentially that's the concrete smelter. That's the easiest way to look at it. Concrete smelter, copper smelter, your iron ore smelter. But as you can see, our resources are right near each other. So come over here, I need some concrete. I need some copper. I need some iron. Right near each other makes life 100 times easier. You don't want to be running all over the map just to collect what you need to make something. It's a nightmare. Bring it to you in a centralized spot where you're going to be working. Especially in the early stages. It just makes life so much easier. And in this game, considering that you're going to be spending a lot of time going back and forth between machineries and spots and whatnot, quality of life is the most important thing. Alright, so there's our iron that we need for this level. And the great thing is, while we're doing this, we're making more. The only problem is, we're chewing through a lot of leaves. Now, I'm sure there's an exact ratio of what stuff gets used at and all that type of stuff. We're not going to bother with that. What we're going to do is we're going to get what we need to upgrade the hub to the next level. So we know what we need to start working at for later on. Because the thing I want to really unlock is foundations, so that we don't keep building stuff just on the ground. I want to start building on foundations. And I think we already have enough concrete, we do. So we can just left click, with holding the shift, upgrade our hub. Here it comes. This is what I wanted you to see.
Congratulations. You have unlocked.
There he is.
Building space elevator. Building biomass burner. Part biomass. Motivational message. Congratulations.
Yeah, shut up, dude. That thing's cool. I like that thing. When they first introduced that was like, what the hell is that noise? And then you see this thing come down. It's like, oh, that's cool. So, wanted to show you that one. So now we've got base building. We want this. Reason being is once you can start putting stuff on foundations and you can start organizing stuff and making it look cool, you don't need to move it. And I'll show you how to do certain things so that once it's down, you won't have to move as much stuff as you think. So, because quite often your starting bases, people rebuild and rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and I'm not going to keep going on like that. Alright, so what I'm going to work on right now, before I worry about working on the next unlock, is actually getting our automated biomass going, so that we start converting it from leaves into biomass, which takes longer to burn, because it is a pain in the butt to have to keep going out getting tons of leaves and it just burning through it, that it's just insanely fast. Now I'm building a couple extra of these because they take a little bit to actually build, but you use them a lot. So get our constructor down. Now this will just be hand, no it won't. We will automate it. So let's just chuck it in there. Let's get 2 of these built. So we need 20 iron plate and some iron rod. We're going to need more iron plate than that because we're going to need to run the, not only the power, but also going to need to run the conveyors. But this is going to automate our biomass so that we can put it in the burners, so that we just come back, drop our leaves in the container and go. Because there's nothing worse than running out of biomass and all your power shutting down and then going, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Because oh crap moments really make the game suck. So you try and line it up with that little green line, because you know it's just going to be easier to put your conveyors in. Nothing worse having to fuss around with your conveyors trying to get them to line up. So leaves. Yes, I know I disconnected our entire power network, but for the couple of seconds that we're disconnected, we're back online. So now we come over here, grab all our leaves, just come here, control, left click, which puts them all in there, starts pumping out leaves at 60 per minute into here. We make sure we get power connected to it, which we are now. So it's now making biomass, and it takes 120 leaves per minute to be efficient, so we'd have to upgrade our belt, but we will get there for that. But as it makes biomass, it'll pump it into this machine, so you can walk away and leave it while it's doing this. But biomass is so much more power efficient than leaves are generally into the biomass burners. So let's take our first group of 5. So you can see how quickly we're burning through the biomass, through the leaves. Let's see what it's like using the biomass. It has significantly slowed down. So we take the leaves that were used in that machine, chuck them in here, come over here, grab some more biomass, and convert this one over to it as well. As you can see, that's how quickly we're burning through leaves. This is biomass. Takes a lot longer to burn through. So now you chuck in your extra leaves there, and all you have to do every now and then is come over and collect your biomass and chuck it in here. And for the little bit of power that this machine here uses at 4 megawatts, for that power increase and efficiency for your leaves, it's just insane not to do it. And I've seen so many people in videos struggling with trying to keep power up to their bases, especially when they start adding additional biomass burners to keep up the power to it, because they just put in the raw materials and don't put in a basic little thing like that. It boggles the mind. This is such a quality of life little addition just to do that little processor. Now we will also do it for wood, but I wanted to get the biomass one going for the leaves as soon as possible. So we'll go out, grab some more leaves, come back. Now we've got 18 wood on us. Wood converted into biomass just works 100% better. So there we go. We added quite a lot of leaves into there. So it's sending it out at 60 per minute, which is the top speed of that belt. That's what it looks like at just constant top speed. Not a great moving belt, but this outputs at 60 per minute, as you can see by the number here. So this belt is perfect for the output. The only problem is this belt here sucks for the input. You can't do anything about that at this stage, not until you unlock Mark IIs. Once you unlock Mark IIs, this becomes an incredibly efficient process for leaves, which makes your biomass not that such a chore anymore. So chuck in a ton of biomass. The next lot needs to be put in there. So the idea is to you spend a little bit of time here at the start working on topping these up to the maximum amount, I believe is 200. Once you get that set up, you can go away and get back to what you were doing. So, you saw me earlier produce enough to make a second one of these. So let's make a second one. Now, if we had our concrete foundations, we'd just be building on them, but until we get them, we just have to stick with this. We want another 2 organizers. Oh, storage containers, not organizers. Oh, don't worry, I still stuff the names up and whatnot, so you're going to have fun going, that's not what they're called, Viper, seriously. But the great thing is, while we've been yapping and goofing off and doing different things, this thing's been making materials for us. Same with this one. If you're waiting for stuff to be made, why hang around waiting for it? Go do something else. Shit'll get made. It just takes time, especially at the early stages. And power management is the big thing at the very early stage of the game. If you can keep power going, stuff will get made. So there's always something to do. If you're bored in this, you're not doing enough. So there we go. We've got our leaves. Topped a little bit of the leaves that we've picked up in there. We need to go make some iron plate, which we have the materials to do so. Thankfully, be able to just walk over there and do it. Again, make additional iron plate. You're going to need it for the conveyor belts. We'd actually probably make all this because the base building machine needs 100 iron plate to do the next unlock. So we've got a few seconds. Might as well make it all up. Again, while we're doing this, more stuff's getting made for us. That's a big important thing. This game, you can multitask a lot. If you're crap at multitasking, yeah, this game's not going to be fun for you. Apparently us guys can't multitask, but I shall improve people wrong. That one was directed at my wife just to be cheeky, FYI. She doesn't truly believe that. I just like to give it cheek, because I can. That's what keeps marriages fun. And driving your wife nuts is a pastime for me. I think it's a pastime for most blokes. That's somewhat lined up. I was literally lining up the little arrows then. So here, we're choosing wood. And all we'll do is we'll drop our wood into there. Now, the good thing about this process is it's an insane one at this stage. As you can see, we can put it in at 60 per minute, but it's going to produce at 300 per minute output for the wood. As you can see, if we'd kept all that wood from earlier, we'd be in a fantastic position right now. But we didn't, and we needed it for other things, so guess what? Shit happens. So I know I did cut the power off, so we'll be alright in a second. If your power goes down, don't panic. It's no real biggie. You'll get there again with it. It's just about being patient. Alright, so we have to flick the switch. There we go. I'm looking forward to getting the chainsaw because the chainsaw runs on biomass, which, as you can see, we're making biomass. Split your stacks since we've only got 2 machines. Always build these in an even combination to be able to right click and split it. So once we start making additional biomass burners, being these ones here, which actually produce more power, and you build them opposite each other, I'll show you how to do that to make a very efficient way to do things and make your life a lot easier when you're manually doing your power. But build it in an even number that you can just right click and split the stacks. So you build 2, it's 1 right click. You build 4, it's a right click on the stacks twice. Then you go to 8, 16, 32, blah, 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 blah. Seriously, if you've got 32 biomass burners, why the hell haven't you got the coal power yet? Like, seriously, how much are you going to build without getting to coal power? Like, that's just stupid. Seriously, if you have to go past 8 to, say, 16 biomass burners and you haven't tried to start working on coal power yet, you're doing something wrong. But the good thing is, here's that little bit of wood. Chucking our wood. Wood's going in there quite efficiently. So here's 1 thing of wood. We'll get 20 biomass out of it. And now all we have to do when we come back from a little run to go out and get biomass is just drop it off in the storages. Drop and forget. Like this one, the leaves are still processing. Like this one just keeps going. So that's using 8 megawatts of power. So we are pretty close to our power limit. So at our maximum output here, we're roughly at 35 megawatts. These are incredibly low numbers for this game. You'll end up doing gigawatts of power in the end. But you'll literally have nuclear power and all kinds of lovely little things. But for now, this is what we've got. So we need to get the upgrade going. Because I'm over not having what we need to be able to put down foundations. So we need 12 more concrete. That's just a matter of time. I can build some more iron plate real quick. Always build yourself just a little bit extra. So there's our 100. And we need iron rod. Again, we need 100 of this. You can see this one takes pretty much no time to build. You're going to go through a lot of iron rod. Like literally you'll end up using 1 iron ore node just to make 1 item. So you'll end up having iron nodes and iron nodes and iron nodes all pumping into the facility just to make 1 thing. So if we're going to do that by example, right now we would have, say this one here, we would remove this collector here and put in a constructor and have it make iron plates and then put a collector there. And then this iron ore node over here, we would have it do iron rods. And just do it that way. It's early game efficient. So we have enough stuff now to, well, those materials anyway. Let's see how much concrete we've got. We won't have a lot, but we've got enough to do the upgrade. And one thing I love about this, big red button.
Milestone reached. You have unlocked several structures aimed to provide the first needed to...
Yeah, shut up. There we go. So I wanted to show you that because that looks cool. So that takes a little bit of time to finish doing what it's doing. Then we can look at the next lot of conveyors. MAM's a great one to get. So these are both early stage stuff that are really fantastic to get, especially this one here. Then you get your assembly machines. And your first thing you need for a lovely little project, I'll talk about later, but this is one I love getting, is the solid fuel one. This here is the next upgrade for your biomass. So your biomass has several upgrades. You have it where you put in your raw leaves, gets turned into biomass, and then the biomass gets turned into solid fuel, and that's what you actually need to run your chainsaw. But the solid fuel, again, is another upgrade on the time it takes for your burners to actually go through the fuel. As you can see, it's already taking longer to burn through the biomass. And also we can cut down these damn trees in the freaking way. So we have a ton of biomass now. So what we do is we just split it in two. Top up our burners. That's going to last quite some time now at the rate that we're burning through it. So we can go do something for probably half an hour without any concerns. Now the pod's coming back. So now we need to decide which project we want to work on next. This is essential for later, especially for efficiency. I'll show you that later. That will have to do. I want to do some automation and start setting up a few things first. Don't bother with this unless you've got spare resources, honestly. I don't even know why it's in there half the time. This is what we'll need. This is our first thing of conveyor belts that I was telling you about earlier that we need to get the leaves 100% efficient. This is the splitter and merger. So this will split stuff and turn your belts into basically two production lines. So for our copper that we're producing more than what we're smelting, we need that for it. And merger is if you want to combine two lines, say like if we wanted to combine this iron ore node and this iron ore node into one full 60, like if you wanted to have two of these go over a long distance to transport iron ore over a long distance, you would combine them into one line because this can take 60 per minute and these only output at 30 and 30. So you'd be stupid not to do that. So, and here is our first slug. So, lovely little bits of jumping. Try not to stuff it up like I just did then. Just be patient. Get up here and collect your first green power slug. These guys are fantastic and they are essential. They're rare. Well, not as rare as some things, but look, you can see other ones here. And they are quite around a lot. They are essential for basically turning these into more efficient nodes. So we're still producing biomass. So we've got a lovely amount there. This should be finished. It is. And I love how it does this for the train to kind of give it an effect that it's been held up. But honestly, you can build and have no worries about structural integrity in this game. And our biomass burners are basically at full now. So we've got plenty of time to go to do other things. So how much concrete do we have? 46. We really need to increase our concrete production. So, but now that we're going to be able to build this logistics, this is going to make our lives 100 times easier for doing our concrete because we'll end up putting down two constructors which take a full advantage of that one node that's been that's outputting resources right now. So let's work on this, and I'll come back yapping to you once I've finished making everything needed for this because I want to eat my lunch before it goes completely cold, and I need a drink. So I'll be back. So our first upgrade we're going to work on is we'll start putting in our flat foundation area to be able to move our machines onto. We'll even move the hub over there. And what will happen is we'll start making it so that we've got a nice little flat area to work, and we'll also be able to expand our power, which means that we can do more things with constructors, and we won't have to manually make this type of stuff that much anymore. Because you can see, this is a pretty slow process. So one of the things I might actually do right now, because we still have enough power, I believe, is get another miner going. We need a storage for it, and we need to build an actual miner. Mainly because we're not producing iron ore quick enough right now to be able to keep up with everything we're trying to do, so we're going to need it. Plus we're going to need extra of that. Cool. We already put a power pole down expecting to be able to do this. So there, smelter. The reason why I didn't add the smelter to the list is I actually quite often remember what some things require to be made. I don't know them all off by heart, so that's why I do add it to my little list. There we go. Now if we want to kickstart the one that's there currently, we just do that, cut it in half, put the path back in, and get this one going right now while this is still loading up. And we just went beyond what our power capacity is able to provide. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Because if I try doing this, yep, we're instantly over-surging our power. So we need another biomass burner. Now usually I'd like to make a second one of these straight away, so our little thing I was telling you about before about making it in pairs would work, but this is kind of emergency power maintenance, need to do it now. So we just make one for now until we get power back online, put the biomass in, and we're good, because now we've got another 30 megawatts of power. So what will end up happening is actually we'll stop using these once we can start putting down foundations, and we'll just use these in, because these each generate 30 megawatts of power. These only generate 20, and wherever you're going to set up this and have these right beside it, you don't want to have to be running back and forth to the hub, unless the hub is where this is set up. And we may just do that. But at least now, this is working, and we've doubled our output of iron ore ingots. So we can get back to what we're working on, which was getting this logistics one unlocked. We need 54 iron plate, and we're not going to get even close to it with what we've got, but that's why we doubled it. But the good thing is now, with the concrete we have, we're going to come over here, and I'll show you how to do some work with this. I'm going to add this to my little menu down there. Add that to my menu down there. That's already added. That's already added. So is that. We don't need put you as number 2. Actually, and you as number 1. And we're actually going to build off the side here. Now, as I said, stuff in this floats. There is no actual, oh no, it's not supported enough, it's going to fall. So let's just build our first platforms right here. Now, when you hold, crap baskets, what is it? E, you can get this little menu here where you can select the different ones you want. There is no price difference, unfortunately, between an 8x2 meter, which still costs you 6 limestone, concrete, or the 8x1 or the 8x4. They all cost you 6. Makes no difference which one you use. It's just about which one you want for the look. So, but you can kind of do this. Gives you a lovely little flat working area. And then you can do this. Now we've gone through all the concrete we had for now, but we have a lovely little working area, not interfered by trees or grass or anything like that. We're going to eventually move all our shit from over there to here. So it'll all be organized, and it'll also be infinitely expandable with our smelting. So we'll have a couple of little different smelting areas. This is the first stage of our kind of mid base. So we're going to go from our starter base to our first kind of upgrade in of a base. So it'll be organized, it'll have different little production areas, we'll have a little storage area so we can go and collect stuff whenever we need to if we want to make stuff by hand. And we'll try and automate as much as we can, especially now that we can make biomass burners. And this is really where the game really starts to get fun, is you really have to start thinking about how you're going to design stuff, where stuff's going to be, how different things are going to work, where you want stuff, you know. And as long as you make it expandable without having to rebuild everything all the time, like when I first started playing this, I was forever going, crap, I have to tear all this down so I can do this improvement. And I actually got to the point where it annoyed me that much, I quit the game. Now we're going to be able to do it and have a real simple way to expand stuff, and you'll be like, ah, cool, this, all I have to do is, I want this to have more added to it. Put a better belt in, and then add some more machines in, and that's it. Like, you're adding to it, you're not redoing it all. There's nothing worse than redoing a ton of work that you've already been doing for ages. It gives you the shits, believe me. And we're going to try to make it look really good with the power poles and everything, and try and make everything a little, for those people who have OCD, work for you. So I have very minor OCD compared to some of my friends who have like serious OCD. They hate my bases, absolutely hate them. But for kind of those people that have mid-tier OCD, this is going to work perfectly for you. So here we go, we've got another iron ore node. This is a normal node. Great find. So this one here will actually produce at twice the rate of those impures. So we can have more smelters attached for these. And so is this one, another normal node. But we have to kill the lovely little piggies first. Just be aware of where the other one is first. I don't know where he went. He may have fallen off the side. He'll be back. I'm sure of it. Now, they stop spawning once you build something in the area. So you don't have to worry about being under constant attack from the little piggies. Once you've built something here, like we had piggies spawned at the resource nodes where we've currently got our machines. As you notice, they don't come back. But if you don't build something at these nodes that I've just killed the guys at, they will come back. So if you clear out an area when you're going to do some work there, make sure you get rid of, you build just even a power pole there. I think that's enough to keep them from spawning back. So we're getting a good amount of leaves. It's over 2,000 leaves in a short time of area. we'll go and add that to our stockpile, where we don't have to worry about that working anymore. We should have had some more concrete made by now, I hope. Well, I definitely know it has, but... And we've got some wood, which is good. We add that there. And we don't even have to think about it. We just know that's going to work. So, look, we still had leaves from earlier, so that's still processing. We'll drop off things that we don't need. Put the slugs in there for now. Keep the berries and nuts on you. At least one stack of each, because you're going to need it. Take what we've got there. It should have... Oh yeah, we've got quite a good supply there. So let's go type up our burners. That one's done. And I'm just control left clicking. There we go. Topped up to 200 each. Then we just come back. Drop off the remainder, so you're not carrying it for no reason. This should have, there we go, quite a good amount of iron done. We're getting a great supply of copper up. So we'll grab a couple hundred of that, grab some more concrete, and first things first is we'll start moving stuff over there once we get this unlocked for the logistics. We're nearly there for it. So this will pretty much be one of the last few times that we have to manually do this. Very soon we'll be automating our production of iron plates, our iron rods. We'll even get a screw one going. We'll get wire going, and we'll get cable going as well. Now they won't be efficient at the first stage. It's just going to be a starter kind of construction area that we're going to do, because it's just about getting things getting made automatically to help our lives to get a better base going for later on. Now I'm just going to make a little bit more of this because we're going to go through it. We'll get up to 150 of it. Or actually 100. There we go. Get some iron rods made because we don't have any. But very soon we won't have to worry about making this stuff manually. So, and lovely big red button.
Milestone.
Our next milestone.
Belts can now merge, split, and lift to increase the complexity and efficiency of
We kind of want this.
We encourage you to consider more verticality when it comes to factory logistics.
Now you can't add anything until the constructor guy comes back. So let's get a bit more cable made because we can make as much wire as we want. We're going to need this. The first thing we'll make over at our little flat area is our biomass area for the burners and the processing. That'll be our first area, and then we'll expand into our basic iron smelting area, which will be expandable, and we'll put a roof on top of that, and we'll put our copper one there, and then we'll put a roof on that, and we'll put our limestone on top of that, especially now that we've got verticality. So the game, I'm not sure whether it even has a ceiling, but the thing is, people don't realize is not only can you go up, you can also go down on this. I realize that has a lot of innuendo, but you can have levels above and below. So you can have sub-levels and main levels. So don't be afraid to build stuff underneath of what you've already got. I see people always build up in this. They never think to build down. Think four-dimensionally, guys. It makes your life a lot easier in these games. Also, I want to be able to get the chainsaw so we can start cutting down these trees. As I said, always grab the berries when you see them. Get rid of leaves and shit that are in your way. It's all going to be part of your base's power supply. So, build a little bit over towards this way. Now I'm going to change how I'm building here. I'm going to put the big foundations in. Well, stuff that one up. Now, I know there's a mod where you can put a whole heap of these in automatically, or like it'll expand and do all kinds of lovely little things. I've never used it. I don't know how it works. I'm not even going to try to explain it to you. I don't know how it works. So, if I tried to even say it does this, I've seen what it does, but how you do it, I don't know. So all I know is it puts in a whole heap of those foundations in a kind of a grid area that you want to see really quickly, and that's all I know about it. I don't even know what the mod's called, but all I know is it is a great convenience mod. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to pack this up. And pack this one up. Now you can do this all at once by holding control and highlighting it all, and whoosh, it's all in your inventory. We're going to come over here and we're going to set it up over here. So let's put in the large foundation ones here. So we'll chuck in our first storage here. Production. I'm also going to chuck this down on the menu bar so we don't have to keep scrolling to them. So this will be number 5 and this can be number 6. So we know we need these. And for now, I also want to put down the storage chest. So when you put your cursor over it, you just press a number and it puts the thing there. But what's awesome about that is everything on the line for here, so like when you're doing logistics, if I put these guys down on the menu bar, I can select either one of those and then use the E tab, like when you press E, so like here, it brings up this little dial and I can select whatever I want. So for when I was doing the foundations, as long as I have that first one down, I can press E and select any of these. So here we go. There's our leaves. Then we put in our wood one right there. I love how this does snap terraining everything for it. It just looks so much better. So much easier to line stuff up and it looks better. So here's our wood one. And I always like to work left to right. So when you're standing at the back of it, when you come to drop stuff off, leaves, wood, and then you have other items to add to it later on. Or you can do it from right to left. And we may do that because we might want to expand. No, we'll do it left to right. So we chuck all our leaves in, chuck our wood in, which I get a little bit of, but we'll get a lot more of that once we get a chainsaw. So obviously this isn't producing because it's got no power yet. Put our storage bin in for the biomass. Now when this is it, these guys are going to stay here. As long as we're using biomass burners, that's it. These are permanent. So we'll put our power pole in. As I said, one for each machine. That's typically what I like to do. I might leave room, a couple of gaps, and we'll put our biomass power plant over here. And I always put my power poles there for these, and then like this from now on, and I'll show you why in a second. So as I said, I like building these in pairs. We need more. Also, to save you running all the way back, if you need to build something real quick and you've got the materials on you, just build a little crafting bench. Just building on the go. As I said, it won't be long before we don't have to make that stuff manually anymore. So get our little biomass burner out. And this guy needs to be connected to there. So now we've got 60 bloody mega megawatts. Thank you. Of power. So currently we're using, we've got 70 there. So we've nearly got what we're using over here set up over there already. So we need some more concrete. And this simply is my little biomass power setup that I've come up for myself. Haven't actually seen anybody do this on YouTube, so probably have got people doing this. I just haven't seen people doing it, so if somebody goes, oh no, you got it off this guy, I didn't, I promise you. Oh, so we need at least 20 of these. As I said, having a little close crafting station just makes your life a little bit easier when you're trying to do projects. If you're not manually, automatically making it. So there we go, 1, 2. As I said, put it in the doubles of splitting. Oops, wrong one. So let's grab power from here. It's going to have to be run from here anyway, because this will be our new primary power source eventually. Our power's in. Which also now means that our leaves and wood are being processed. As you can see. So there's no biomass there because we've made no wood, but we're making biomass. So why make it in splittables for your inventory? We have 400, right? We've got 4 generators, which takes 800 to do it. You right click it once on each one of those, gives you exactly 100, so that your power is consumed at an even rate. Oh, sorry, correction. Your biomass is consumed at an even rate. So here's literally a group of 4. You can split it out. And what we can do now is get rid of the old power system. It's all centralized, right near each other now. So when you come back, you've got your biomass burners right next to each other, and the shit's not spread out all over the joint. We'll get rid of that. We're also making more power than what we need from this guy, so these can go. So you'll see a sharp drop in our total amount of power output, because this one's already shut down, pretty much. And that one's shut down. But who, at the end of the day, for those bits of power, who cares? In other words, right now, all our power is running over at our little setup over here. I like to have 8 generators if I can. It's just my happy number in the early stages. We will never actually pull this up. It will always be a little emergency backup power system as needed. Nothing wrong with having emergency backup power on this, especially when you're trying to do other projects and all of a sudden you've got no bloody power and no way to start things up. You've got something over here, you can just come over, you know how much power it produces, and you just switch it on and you go from there. Redundancy is not a bad thing in a factory. That works in real life and in this game. So we need more iron plate. But now when you have piles of biomass, you just split them evenly and you just chuck them in your biomass burners. It just makes life a lot easier. And as you can see, we've got the perfect number of connections we need for our power. Now, the more biomass burners you have going, the slower your power will be consumed overall, because it splits the power requirements up between all of them. So instead of it just taxing, say, this one and chewing up all of your biomass, it's taxing all of them at the same rate. So as you can see, we've got a potential to provide all this power at 100%, but it's consuming the same amount as this one So it just splits it up between all of them. So the more you have, the less often you have to come over here to fill them all up, especially when you've got constant production of biomass. And especially once you get your solid biofuel, it's even like less often you have to come over. So again, so here we've got 1 split, 2 split, once more, and there we go. We've got our 8 even splits of biomass fuel. And the great thing is, because these are all the same type, they all produce 30, so we know they're all going to be consumed at the same rate. Yes, I know a couple of them didn't have the exact numbers that the others did in that split up because it was an odd number, but when you've got piles like 200 and you bring over, it works perfectly. So yay for us. Next thing we need to do is put some more foundations down so we can start bringing over our smelting. Now we're going to need concrete at a faster rate, so we'll do a basic setup here. As I've said before, this produces at 30 per minute. This only takes 15 and produces you 45 per minute. So right now it's not very efficient. No, I tell a lie. It takes 45 limestone per minute and it's producing 15 per minute. I was reading it the wrong way. So this actually isn't providing enough limestone to keep this efficient. We'd actually need a better limestone source. So if we go like this, obviously this one will pick up. Then we've got 240 meters to another one over there. You will go through a lot of concrete in this, especially as you start building your flat areas for your factory. And if you're going to go for a run somewhere just for shits and giggles, take your power lines with you. Put some power lines in. You never know what you might find out there or what you might want to unlock. And if you've got power lines there, you can do it straight away. So why not? So we're going to leave a space between these, so we don't need to put in the foundation for that. But this is going to be our first iron ore smelting area. On the foundations at least. And it's also going to be ratioed. So we know that our current ones only extract 30 per minute, and our smelters smelt at 30 per minute. So it's exactly the right ones here. But our ones over here that we found, the iron ore, they do it at 60 per minute. So we'd actually need 2 smelters for that. So I'll show you how to deal with that. And I'll also make it so that each iron ore node you bring in, instead of having to, like you bring one in and then go crap, you know, I've upgraded that one, so instead of trying to merge all your smelters into one line, we're going to have separate lines for each iron ore node. Yes, you're going to have a lot of different rows for your smelters, but as you upgrade your extractors, and also when you put your overclocks in them, which for what I understand, you should only use your overclocks, especially in the early times when you've got a limited amount, in your extraction nodes, because it's a limited number, just like you've only got a limited number of iron ore nodes to extract from. So they're the way you focus it. You can always build extra machines, like the biomass burners. We just use the smelted materials to build them. So why put your overclocks in them? It's just a waste, because you can build more of those, you know, with the resources you're extracting. But you've got a limited number of extractors, so you might as well use the little slugs in the thing that's limited. Use the limited item in the limited thing. It works, believe me. So we'll put our first one over here. So since we know we're going to be bringing in our conveyor lines, I'm going to leave a spot here free. So we've got our little kind of, we're going to build a building type thing. We've got our spot between the buildings. Then we put a lever open spot here. It just makes life easier to get around. This is where we're going to bring in our conveyors. All right. So since we're very early stage, also again, we need to build our little crafting bench. Actually, no, we need to go over to our crafting bench over here that we've previously made. Do a quick couple of iron rods. This is going to lead to our automation of iron rods, iron plates, and whatnot, so you won't have to sit here and put up with us making this shit. So first things first, we do a smelter. Oh, crap. Of course, we need more copper wire. As I said, we'll get to the point where we don't have to worry about doing this. We literally just go to our storage area, collect and go. But this is just the grindy bit of it, of getting there. So, and also trying to include a bit of quality of life. So just in case, let's build our bloody crafty bench here. Yes, right now it's in the freaking way, but it's going to get moved anyway. So try and put these in an even spread. So there's our first smelter. And for example, on how to use the conveyor belts, I'm going to do that. And we will put our conveyor little doohickey here. Put our conveyors in like this. We need more iron plates, of course we do. But the great thing is, while we're doing this, more iron ingots are getting made and smelted while I'm showing you examples of stuff. So when we go over there, we'll have plenty to be able to continue our work. We won't be having to manually smelt any iron ingots, thankfully. Now, there is a term for how we're going to feed this, but I don't know what it's called. I'm sure it's important to some people, but I don't really care. So to line these up, kind of stand here near where the arrow is, and then just face the arrows like that. And we're using a splitter. So what will happen is our iron ore will feed off this line. So this is your main bus line, I guess. And then you've got your feed-ins for your smelters. And I always try to put my power poles relatively in the same position. Just especially for those people with OCD. So we connect up our little power poles. And then you have like your main power line for this. And then you can just feed this over to your main power area. And just connect it up. So now this has power. You also have to remember to always select what type of material it's going to be smelting. When you're building a lot of these, it can get really rhetorical having to do it. Or monotonous, I should say, but I ain't saying that word because it's a mouthful. So we're going to bring our conveyor lines in from these two over here. Now, because these two only make 30 per minute, and the conveyor can take 60 per minute. For now, and I mean only for now, these are going to feed onto the same conveyor line. So let's get rid of this. We're even going to pick this one up and point it towards there to make life a little bit easier. The great thing is, when you disassemble stuff, you get 100% of the resources back, thankfully. If you didn't get 100% of the resources back, this would be a freaking nightmare. So, let's point this one towards our current one. Conveyor belt, which we need concrete for, of course. Well, it's for the pole, not for the belt. Grab your concrete. Hook your power back up to these as soon as you can, because, you know, they might as well start drilling, or getting in the process of drilling. So, then chuck in your merger. There we go. So that's already begun making stuff. It's outputting. So right now, yes, it looks full. That's because we put extra stuff in there. But these will output evenly, and the belt will end up feeding the exact amount that the belt can transport. I don't like actually doing it this way, but it's the easiest way to do these right now. Because this kind of goes against the being able to expand your base instantly kind of principle, but you'll see why for now. This is, as I said, it's very early stages, and we'll make improvements very quickly and very rapidly. As you can see, while we were off goofing off, I guess, we have a ton of iron ore. As I said, while you're off doing one project, stuff will get made. You know, you don't have to worry about it once you've got automation going. The only thing you'll end up doing for a while is making sure that you got your bloody biomass burners online. Alright, so let's grab some more concrete, because we're forever needing concrete. We will deal with that. So yes, these lines aren't moving right now because the conveyor only goes so far. And you use your middle mouse button just to rotate that a little bit. And now we're connected up. So these are now feeding over to our new factory area, into our smelters, which we've preset. And it's a 60 belt. These do 30 per minute, so it's exactly the right ratio for these two. This is just my early stage stuff. So what I want now is a bloody crafting bench, real quick, because I want to make some of these. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You'll see why very shortly. So as you can see, our iron ore is getting to the machine, so they'll start creating more iron ingots in a second. Alright. Now, let's build a constructor. Oh, we need more cable. Luckily we've got plenty of wire for that, eh? Just use up the wire that we've got. As I said, you're forever needing cable. Let's just do our wire. So we'll end up having probably about 4 different factories in this local area. You'll have your smelting factory. You'll have your basic crafting factory. And then you'll have your advanced assembler factory. And you'll have your power factory. Now, when you actually go to get your coal going, there's no point bringing the coal all the way over here. It might as well do all its work where it is. There's no point at having to shift it and then trying to bloody figure out how to get water all the way over here. You might as well build your coal power at the closest water source. That's what they do in reality. You've got your materials close by, you build it there. No point transporting it a stupid distance for no reason. So, iron plate. Now, if you look at it, it takes 30 per minute. We're making 30 per minute. This one here, making iron rod, takes 15 per minute, so we've actually got an extra. So what you can do if you really want to be fanatical about this, and we will, is you can chuck in a splitter. Oh crap, yep, we don't want to fall off the edge. So we actually need more iron plate, and we also need to get power going, so as I said, one power pole per machine. It just means that you don't have to suddenly destroy a power pole to try to fit another one in. So we need more of this, so we need more screws. This is also why we built so many biomass burners so quickly. So there we are. Let's get our other constructor going. Now we're going to use this, so that's why I've decided to do it. I guess, of course, we're going to use it, but there is a reason for it. Of course, this has been dicky. Problem is, how much concrete do we have? Oh, we've got enough. I should expand this area so we're not so bunched up. I hate being so close together, but I didn't think we had any concrete on us. That's my mistake. Get rid of that. Rid of that. Rid of that. As I said, this is just our little starter construction area so that we don't have to keep making this shit by hand. So, constructor, make a little bit of room. Constructor. Constructor. Put our wires back in. Plate. Iron rod. Iron rod. Go to our logistics. Go splitter. Try this again. Alright, here we go. Now you always do it 2 away, because then it gives you a lovely 90-degree turn. So there we go. Those both have stuff going into them. So now we just need to put power back in because we got rid of it. I had no plan for that, but just do that. And connect that up. And as I said, that machine has its own power pole, but let's just use that. So now we're making plate, iron rod, but then there's going to be another step for this one before we even try doing anything. It's going to make screws for us, so we don't have to do them manually either. This is just our little starter area, as I said. Alright. Eventually we'll get to reinforced iron plate as well, but we don't have what we need for that technology just yet. We also need to put in our storage boxes, because again, these will store up to 100 or something similar, and then it'll stop, so we need more iron plate. Luckily we have a ton of iron ore on us. So now we're not actually storing iron ore, but we will be storing everything that it's currently used for anyway. So the iron plate, the iron rod, and the screws, which is all what we're using the iron plate for. So might as well make it if we've got it. Alright, so let's put our storage bin in. We need to put a foundation in there. The great thing is you can actually pinch foundations that have already been used if need be to do this sort of thing. And yes, I could be using the quick bar to do this, but if I press the button, I just live with it. There we go. Actually, we'll get rid of that because this is going to go straight into another constructor. So now we're storing iron rod and storing iron plate. So if you want to, you can come over here, use your stored up iron ore, well, iron ingot I should say, that you've processed, and just top them up. Really makes no difference. So as you can see, this one processor here is actually supplying 2 jobs, because it produces 30 per minute. We're supplying it with 30 per minute, so it's efficient, and these only take 15 per minute. So you might as well split up what it's producing, which is the 30 per minute. 2 jobs of 15 makes 30. You got your 2 productions. So now We need to make another constructor. Actually, we need to go get concrete, so we don't have to worry about falling by accident, because if you fall to your death in this, you lose everything that's on you. So eventually, you'll out in the field, you'll just have conveyors or trains or trucks just bringing in the raw materials. You won't have any buildings out here actually like constructing a damn thing. It'll all just come to a centralized locations around your map where you're processing everything. You don't want to be running a belt from the other side of the map to your construction area, because the rendering issues and the lag and all kinds of shit that it's going to cause is going to be a freaking nightmare. So use things like trucks and trains. Yes, it's not as quick or efficient in some ways, but you don't have to be 100% efficient all the time. It's good if you are, but who gives a shit if it's not? In this game, while you're doing one thing, as long as you've got some automation going, shit's going to get done. Now, my favourite thing to build with is these 8x1s. That's why I put it on my quick menu, so I don't have to select anything else. It's just ready to go straight away. So, number 6. Move it back one. Straight into here. And this is going to make our screws straight away. Now, there are different recipes that you can get by unlocking things later on, so that you don't have to use the dual process to make these, but we're not there yet. This is what we have currently. So that's there. And now we're also storing screws. And this is just our little starter factory, where we no longer have to worry about making anything that's currently available with iron by hand. It's all getting done for us at a constant rate. So what we're going to do here is, this can now go for now, is we're actually going to build a elevation area. So it'll actually go here. Now, once you unlock certain other things in this game, you can make this look even way better. But for now, this is what we've got. So you need 2 of these to go up to the next level. And so the next level we'll make is copper smelting. And from copper smelting, we'll go up again, and we'll make that the concrete factory. So technically, this isn't smelting because it's kind of processing for the concrete, but who gives a shit? It's where your raw materials getting turned into the first stage item. That's how I look at it. So, and every level for these small machines at the start here are 2 of the large blocks of concrete to go up. So it's just an easy way of remembering it. So there we are, we're up to the height that we need to be. So when we put in this one, we can now go out. Oh, I tell a lie. It's 3. I'm sorry, guys. So I still get shit wrong on this. Here we go. Alright, so that's all we can afford with the concrete that we have so far. But the great thing is, as I said, you don't actually need these. It's just, you have to put it in when you first build it. Get all your resources back. And to just demonstrate to you that now we can actually build over these smelters. So we know this is where our first smelter line is going to go. So we do need more concrete to be able to get it set up. And this is where we'll bring in our copper. Now, this is where we'll start setting up dedicated lines for each resource. So this will be for that one node of copper. No other nodes will feed into this one line of smelters we're going to make for that copper. And the great thing is, with this factory, it can just be expanded indefinitely. As you get faster belts, you just add more smelters in this direction, because that the main line of the belt can take it. But then you don't bother increasing the speed of the belt for your smelters because they only take it at a certain rate. So the 60 belt, the slowest one, is perfect for your smelters. You don't need it at any faster rate. It can only take it so quickly. So why bother? You just upgrade the main lines. Saves you a lot of resources and a lot of dicking around. Eventually we'll move our hub over. We're just not there yet. Close, but not fully. So a little bit of concrete. As I said, our next project is we'll go get another concrete one going, but I want to actually build up to that level so that as we feed it over, it just goes straight to the area where it's going to be processed, so we're not building extra machines for no reason. This will be moved, so I'm actually going to have it come up from below. Because as I said, remember, verticality, guys. So this is what it looks like when you actually build above your smelters. It actually gets rid of the plume. As you can see, no more plume coming through. So we now know that our first copper one is going to go in up here. So we can put a smelter in. We've already got our one space here. So there's our our copper smelter. And since we've got a line of, it's a normal node for the copper, we know that we're going to need two just for that one line alone. So let's put it in our power poles, connect them up. We're going to need more concrete. This is why I said concrete's important, because you just go through so much of it, especially when you're trying to make the base look good. There is actually no way to destroy the entire planet with pollution in this one. In Eco you can, but not in this one. But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know what you can do. But how are you, Candy? It's nice to have you here as always, brother. Thank you for the support. I apologise if I took a bit to respond to your message. I've got 3 screens going, so when I'm learning to multitask. My wife would love that one. She could take the piss out of me about it. But as I said, the way we're doing it, it just means that once we've actually got this set up with what I'm doing, you won't have to continually destroy and rebuild, destroy and rebuild, destroy and rebuild, which is one of the huge things that gets to be really bloody painful in factories later on. So for now, yeah, it looks a little shit, but as I said, this is just your little starter area to actually get basic resources producing. So you've got your iron plate, you've got your iron rod, and you've got your first lot of screws. And this is just your basic production area. So as I said, this eventually will, this all stuff will all go. It'll go, raw materials come in, it'll smelt, and then it'll get stored, and then the storage will have a feed out line, and that'll go to your construction factory, which we'll probably put out over this side. So you'll have your belts feed out. Now, one of the things that I've been working on is how to make the belts all look really well organized. In one of my other factories that I've been working on prior to this. So we will implement those straight away because it looked a lot better. And yeah, that'll have a bit more fun. And it's just better than having your belt come in and look like this, honestly. So the reason why I got rid of this is we'll end up having our belt come to here, and it'll actually go underneath. So we need to obviously build underneath for it, but what we can do is get rid of this section. Now this is where verticality comes in. You get your conveyor belt. These things can be a little touchy on how you do them. There's a certain way to do them to make sure that you always get the right connection, but we'll go over that when it comes time. I'll show you how they can be a pain. But there we go, that's one's in. We get rid of this one. This. We connect back up here straight away. And with the extra resources we just grabbed, we can come over here and just chuck it straight in the machine so the production keeps coming. So split your stuff that you've got in between the two machines and it'll keep the production going till the iron ore actually gets back over here. Now you can't put this back in unfortunately just yet, but there is a way to seal this up. I will show you that later. We have to unlock it. So for now we'll just do that so we can get around. But that's how you can, when you've got the catwalks and you can put them in beside here and here, it makes this look a lot better and it just hides your incoming resources. So what I was experimenting on my new base was actually, yes, to be able to build above these is as the way you've seen here. So instantly you can build above it. What I was doing on my new one was I was going up one more block and I was using that block area, so this area in here, as the way where my belts would come in and come out. So everything would go down one spot and then feed in, feed out. So it was kind of hiding all the belt work away from the machines. It just looked better, I honestly thought. So we will actually do that, I think. So let's get rid of these. When you've only built a couple of machines, you don't really care if you have to undo a little bit. But when you've built like 30 or 40 machines, it can get really bloody painful to rebuild everything. So we know we're going to have the belts come in here. So let's go up with our foundations. And then we put in our flat area here. So as you can see, just like what we did down here, we'll have this little area come up and so just in here as well, this will be where the belts will come in and be able to come out. And it's all hidden away. You just drop it down and you don't have belt spaghetti getting in the way of everything and making your factory honestly looking like shit. And probably don't have enough concrete. When you're building your factory like this, the biggest problem you run into is how quickly you're producing limestone. We've only got one factory, one node working currently, so yes, we're making limestone rather slow, so it's going to take a while to build up a decent factory using this method, but we will get another one online very shortly in Piper Over, and that way we'll have a lot of concrete available to us to build the factory as we want. So, but while we're still off doing stuff, we still managed to get 56. So, as you can see, we've got a ton of ore from the copper. The copper also, since we've got our little design going up over here, it'll also be producing straight into wire for this first section, and then straight into cable again after that for one of them, so that it's getting used. We don't have to manually make it anymore, and it just makes your life that little bit easier. It's not being lazy, it's called being, as the little instruction lady says, being efficient. I call it not having to grind so hard. So, I like to try and put my machines, the first rows in that, kind of in line with each other. So, I'll just put it in the middle of the second last spot here. So, smelters. There we go. I think I just put it in, yeah, I put it in our spot that we were leaving open. So I'll move that. So we know that we're going to be able to have 2 of these at least. So we want our conveyor here. We'll bring it to here. Do your conveyor line. Make it easy for yourself. When you get your Mark II belts and you've got your upgrades for your nodes, as I was telling you about earlier. This is the only belt that'll be upgraded, and this will also be what's feeding in from over there. So this main bus is upgraded, but these little ones are never upgraded. Now that you've built them, they just stay this way forever. So there's our copper. Get rid of this one for now, and we'll put in our verticality. It only has to go down one, which means that it fits in this little area below us perfectly, as I was showing you. So we can get rid of that one for now. Move that across. We can get rid of this now because you don't need it, because, as I said, these things float there all happily like. We need to build out this way to the outside of the factory. Try not to fall off the freaking edge until we get more concrete. This can be a pain in the butt. And we'll drop down the insert for the copper from here down to somewhat ground level. So when I do this, as you can see, the little arrow there is actually pointing towards the little lifter for the... Oh, these lifters work at the same speed depending on which rate you build them as your conveyors, so there's no difference in it, so you might as well use them. So that's your 60 per minute belt, that's a 60 per minute lifter. So it takes no power, which is awesome. So none of your belt work takes power. If you had to power your belts, this game would be very different. So I was actually worried that we might hurt ourselves then, but there's our copper. We can run it to over here. Now, I could have made this so it was level, and I will, because that's going to do my head in. Probably about there, I'd say. Yeah, that's better. So it'll come in, lift up, go across, and then lift up. This will all make sense once we've got walls in. So now, the other great thing is when you get the conveyor pole stackers, where you can actually do stacks of belts on top of each other, so it looks a lot better. We'll start doing that, but for now, this is what we have. So when you're building off a conveyor, depending on which way you build that conveyor in the first place, it'll show you which way it's going to feed. So if you start building it from over here, it's going to feed that way. Or say you build it this and you want to go that way, whichever way you start building it is that way that line's always going to go. A line can't go two directions, ever. So you never have to worry about that. And since we now know that we need, to continue the work, we need more iron plate, we have a ton of iron plate getting built. Well, getting built, not build. What we will do is here we will put in our little ramp so we don't have to keep jumping. And it's not going to let us because there's a bloody thing there. Fine. We'll build it there. You will not stop our progress. So we come over here. Iron plate factory. Look at that. 200 iron plate. Well, sorry, near 400 iron plate. As needed. So let's grab some screws. So we've got a 500 stack. Exactly what we need to do the next upgrade for our bloody hub. We could probably put the hub in out here if we want to. So you can build the hub on the foundations. It does look really cool if you do. We may actually build the hub here so that it can have its little biomass burners be added to this network if we wanted to. We don't have enough concrete just yet, but we will work on that. Yeah, we've only got 65 concrete. As I said, it's a little slow right now for the concrete. We only have one production. But once we've got our level in for our factory for the limestone, we'll just start piping in limestone and more and more, and just keep making constructors, and we'll be making it quicker than we can use it in the end, to be honest. So we'll just drop off our wood because I want to get it out of our inventory. Here's our... Oh, look at all that bloody leaves. It's been made. Well, almost fully produced. So right now we should have... Look at that. Quite a lot of biomass. So let's come over here. Let's just top up our burners. Just shift clicking it right now. Control click is actually better. We only really need 4 right now going. So these ones I'm actually just going to split in 2 and 2. So that's topped up. That's topped up. What we really do need to get going is the next stage for this, which is the solid fuel. So I think that's the one we've got selected. And really, when you're running past leaves, just press E. It's a quick and easy collection. So we'll end up deforesting this area with the chainsaw. Which one? Yeah, we have got that one selected, which is good. Let's finish that off. That. We need to make more cable. Very shortly, we won't have to worry. We'll be producing cable. But the great thing is it doesn't take very long to make. You go through so much cable setting up your base, it's just ridiculous. So grab a couple of chunks of that, grab some more concrete. Almost enough concrete to finish us off. So what we need, 51 cable, so you can actually see the numbers going up as we're turning wire into, copper ore into wire. Now, our 2 smelting factories upstairs will feed our wire production, and that wire production will instantly feed our cable production. So we'll have one of them store straight away into the box, so we'll have a storage of wire, but we'll also have more getting made into cable, because you just seem to use a lot of cable, and you need it for a lot more advanced things in the factory later on, so we might as well use it. We'll just do this first pile of 100 copper. I'm not going to do the whole lot. There's one. There we go. We need 51 cable. As you see, it makes really quickly. That's why I mean, like later on when I show you the production and the constructors for the cable, you go through it so quickly. I might just make up all the cable that I can for now. Otherwise, when we do the 51 drop off, we won't have any spare. But this will allow us to do the next upgrade for our biomass, so it's a lot more efficient. Concrete. Come on, there should be 5 there. 16, beautiful. 17. Big red button, I love this bit. Almost as good as the big project we'll have to do soon.
Biofuel will ensure maximum efficiency of biomass.
So what do we got next?
To aid in biofuel production, we are now capable of removing foliage that consists primarily of wood.
Yeah, shut up, lady. We'll need to do this one next. But now we can also make our chainsaw. So we need 160 screws and we need 5 iron plate. The great thing, reinforced iron plate. The great thing about these is they never wear out. You only need 1. So now we could, with the resources we have, we could make 81 of those portable miners. At the start we struggled to make 1. Now we can make 81 of them if we wanted to. So we're making screws. So this will get moved very shortly. So we don't have to keep doing this run back and forth. Main thing that's holding us up is our concrete. But, yeah, cool. We can make our little crafter bench. Let's just put our crafter bench in here. And we'll put our little equipment station, which is pretty much everything that you have access to at the hub, except for the MAM, which we haven't got that unlocked yet. So I know I do have some leaves on me. Drop that off. Let's go grab some screws. This is why we automated the basics as soon as we could. So that we come over here as we need. Let's press sort button. And let's top this up with what we've got on us. And this one as well. There we go. So 440 screws, everything we've got. Might as well top that up, drop off that. Don't need a full thing of it. There we go. Just a quick collection of what's been made so far. Come over here to the workbench. Now we can make 36 reinforced iron plate if we want to do, just by collecting what's getting automatically made. So let's make 10 of these. Now, here comes the fun bit. We're going to leave our storage boxes here. So we get our constructor. We'll do the far one first, just to make it easier. Put our constructor in. Now we want solid biofuel. Now this would take an upgraded level 2 belt to provide enough constant biomass to make 60 solid biofuel per minute to make it efficient. So as you can see, level 2 belts actually become really important to make sure that you keep things efficient. So since these don't use power unless they're getting used, you might as well just put one at each one of the storage containers. So when you bring in a ton of wood, you drop it off and it gets turned into its own solid biofuel and yada yada yada. So what you can do if you want to, since we're making the same product, let's just put this in for here, we could merge these two's output, which is at the 60 per minute. So if you had a level 2 belt, we could merge it into one. So you'd have a the merger here, you'd have your 60 belt, and then a upgraded level 2 belt into the storage. And that would be efficient. Let's head back over and grab some more concrete. This is why I was saying about having all your stuff in the general area so that you don't have to run a mile to go get the damn shit. This is what happens when you start your new factory, is unfortunately your old factory, you have to run over there to get the stuff. But very shortly, we won't have to. The main reason why I'm focusing on the solid biofuel upgrade right now is we get more bang for our buck. So, power line. Oh, we need cable. As I said, you go through a lot of cable, you need a lot of wire. This is why our next building project, after doing the biomass, is getting the copper finished and automated so we don't have to do any of this bloody building. The only thing we'll have to manually build quite often is the reinforced iron plate. Unfortunately for now, we don't have a way to build that until we get the assembler. Once we get the assembler, which will be in a different factory, it'll make reinforced iron plate all the time for us. So again, 1 for 1. So there's no biomass to go into this one just yet. There is for this one. So I will do the setup for combining them into the same storage. Yeah, stuff it. I'll do this. Get rid of you, I don't need it. Usually I'm not so tight about my use of the concrete foundations. Because we are making so little of it, I'm being a little tight about it on this time. So, alright, so it's not perfect, but what in this game is. And that's what your solid biofuel looks like. It's also because this isn't centered. It's centered for those machines. Oh, shit happens. Sorry guys, with OCD, you're just going to have to put up with it. So this little belt here would have to be the Mark II belt to make this constant speed efficient. So what we'll do is, as soon as we get a nice supply of, say, even 20 of this, we'll go over and we'll start replacing, just like we did the leaves and biomass for the other burners, we'll start replacing it for these. So as this is the speed you see this one going at, we'll get rid of this supply, we'll chuck that one in. We'll wait a few seconds. Let me have a drink this way. And you'll see the rapid changeover. So look how much slower that is. Definitely worth doing the little simple upgrade of it. So you process it just that one step further. And since this one's not getting used, might as well just chuck what we're getting out of those machines into here. It'll make biomass for us twice as quick now. So there we go, we've got 48 of it. We'll wait till we get an even number like 60, and then we'll go over and we'll replace the other ones. There we go. So there, we've got enough to replace 4. So get rid of you, put that in. Get rid of you, put that in. And same process. So it goes from the speed it was doing that to now it's crawling. So come over here, put half of what we just collected, or pretty much, in that one, and same with this one. Since this one's getting constant input from that one anyway, when we do have leaves in it, which has stopped finally, it'll process that, and then our converted is here. This stuff makes your life so much easier when it comes to biomass. It's just, yeah, it's stupid not to use it. So we need to split these twice. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. And then come back down to the start and top these up. Didn't even realize I didn't do that one. But yeah, now that they're all using the new solid fuel, we make sure that we split up the current biomass evenly between these two so it processes. We'll put one in and then we'll put the remainder in here. And we've got the increased solid fuel going in here. The great thing also about this solid fuel is also used in your chainsaw. So, what do we need for our chainsaw? Hey, cool, we've got enough for one chainsaw. Keep some biomass on us. Chuck our chainsaw in our slot. The great thing I love about this, it has an area of effect. I'll show you what I mean. So usually we'd have to pick up all this shit by our hand. We've just taken up a whole heap of it. Now, honestly, with leaves, it is still easier just to use your hand. But these annoying bloody trees that were in the way from earlier, gone. So even these big boys. As you can see, 51 wood. And we know wood gives us a lot more compared to the leaves. So, and if there's leaves in the area, it's also picking it up because we also get leaves from the actual tree itself. So, it's a twofer. Yeah, we just got that big tree as well here. As I said, area of effect. Now, these used to kill the berry bushes. They don't anymore. So, that was a great change they made to it because you used to, like, berry bushes, you can't get more of them. Now, if you're stupid enough to, like, cut down every tree on this entire friggin' map, I don't know how long that'd take you, but it would be a stupid amount. Like, it would be a full-time job trying to do that. So you don't actually have to worry about running out of biomass. I don't know whether it regrows, don't quote me on that one. Okay, here we go. Has to highlight for you to actually work it. Okay, so we're probably full. That's probably why it's not collecting anymore. Yep. Alright, let's go drop some stuff off, eh? So we know leaves go on the left here, so drop that off. Drop the wood off. Get rid of the that one. This is the big toy we were looking at earlier. You can see it costs a lot of concrete. That unlocks so many more things later on. We're going to build a dumping box. So let's just put him there, out of the way. We can dump all that stuff. Sort out. So let's see how much biofuel we've got now. Well, 200. Beautiful. So we've got 8 machines and 200. So click on, find the 200 stack. Click on it once, then twice, and then again. It gives you exact stacks to top these up. So these are only down to 11. As you can see, still got quite a lot. We'll keep the 25 on us. Eventually we'll get this thing full. So we're only using at max pretty much, say, 51 megawatts out of our possible 300. A lot better than our 40 that we started with. The reason why we're picking up stone is from these stones here. As I said, area of effect from the chainsaw. Yeah, now we're picking up the stuff that we wanted. So this will all be perfect for our biofuel, and we're starting to clear up the area a little. So, now don't try and use the chainsaw as an offensive weapon, it doesn't work. I've tried, believe me. Just so much easier just using your little zapper. Which you do get an upgrade for. It becomes like a sword. It's really cool actually. Eventually you get rifles, but I haven't even actually got to the point in this game where I can make those yet, so... As I said, I've done some stuff in this, I'm still a long way from doing everything. But you can just imagine, like, you can actually see in the counter there how much wood we've got, 153, and that wood produces a lot of biomass, so... Doing this just saves so much work. Try and have somewhat empty storage when you're out and about doing this, so that you don't have that issue that I had there just before, where you end up bloody not being able to take anymore. Grab your berries when you can. So once we hit about 1,000 leaves, oh sorry, oh, I don't know, we'll see. Oh, hello guys. These are a lot harder to kill. Alright, that's one down. Grab his carapace. Two down. You get bigger versions of them again, so we only lost 2 health there. That wasn't too bad. I thought we were going to lose a lot more. The bigger versions of them, we probably wouldn't have survived with the little Xeno Zapper we've got. An encounter, 2 to 1. So, area of effect, I love that. Even though you can just use E to pick that up, I still like the area of effect from these a lot better. We're getting a ton of wood now. This is going to keep our power systems going for ages. Grab our berries, we're going to need them to replace the health we lost. Area of effect. Be good if you could upgrade the chainsaw so you have a larger area of effect, but it's pretty good for what it is. We won't have to do too many more of these runs, I don't think, especially now. Because once we get our coal power going, this will be obsolete work. But as I said, we will keep it in place. We'll, at some stage, fill it right up so that if we have a power issue, we've got something to fall back on. Nothing wrong with having 300 megawatts you can just go turn on at in an instant need, instead of having to build the infrastructure to do it or try and build stuff when stuff isn't running. But it's also why I store so much of everything, so that I'm never going, crap, I can't build any of this, I have to go back to handcrafting. Because now that we've gotten away from handcrafting, who the hell wants to do more handcrafting? So, look at that, we've got a bloody limestone node right here. He's down. Where's this other guy? Alright, there's another one. These things used to kick my butt. Not so easy now, is it? These aren't even a challenge anymore. What have I got too much of? Might as well get rid of the raw iron ore. Oh, bloody... Oh. Limestone. Okay, yeah, so we're full. So here's a limestone node. It's a normal, which is good, so it's right near us. Put the zapper back on. And I believe this is another normal node. Oh no, impure. But look, there's our production right there, and here's the nodes. So we're going to come over here and tap these so we can start building our factory a lot quicker. But now that we've got the power to do it, or to run it, we might as well do it. So, with all the stuff we just collected, we know where to go. Let's see how much we collected in total. Look at that. 3,000 leaves. And about 800 wood. That is a lovely amount of resources. So, as we know, she comes out. Processes. First stage process. Second stage process. And material. Let's go top up the Jennies. We really only need 3 Jennies anyway, so they're fully topped up. We've got our dump box here as needed. Drop off that, these. Let's go and see how much concrete we've got. And build up to the limestone level and get that built, and then we'll start piping the limestone over. And Bob's our uncle. We're good. Nice. Bit of concrete. Nice. Now our copper is done, so let's pipe that. Get rid of this machine. Get rid of this. Don't bother trying to collect this because it's full. You don't have enough room. It'll just be a box on the ground if you do. Nothing wrong with elevating this, just makes life easier to get under it. What we can do is get rid of this. Get rid of that. Actually, we'll move this. And just do to there, and then feed in. And our copper is now going up to our new factory area. We'll actually get rid of that one. There we go. Those have been going up and down for no reason. As you can see, it's coming. Slowly but surely. So we've got some raw copper on us, so might as well go chuck that in the burners up here. We also have to take the power up to the next level, so let's grab it off the power pole. The great thing is, power lines can go through, concrete. Get that smelting. So the first thing we want to do is get our constructor going, so we need to make some more reinforced iron plate. Great thing is, if we need any resources, they're literally just below us. There we go. This is going to make wire. So it takes in 15 per minute and produces 30 per minute. So to make this efficient, what we would actually need would be a second one of these. I shouldn't have got rid of the crafting bench. Let's leave it there, eh? So then we've got our logistics, a splitter, so wire again. So that one smelter is getting used at full percentage. So this makes 30 per minute. So now we have to put power in. As I said, one power pole per machine. We'll actually put it in front of these. Actually, no, I'll go against my own rule and just do that. Or actually, yeah. It'll annoy me if I don't. So now we're automating wire production. So over here, we've also got a 30 group of copper. So here comes our copper coming in. So we need another 2 constructors to make full use of it. But we know we need 30. But we'll weld some more on top of that because we'll end up using it. But where do we get wire? Look, right there. Perfect, eh? And very shortly, we won't have to worry about cable either. There we go. Grab some more wire. Drop down here, which is fine. Then we need to store it, so let's build in small foundations. Lovely. So we know we need a constructor here. And one here, but we need more reinforced iron plate. Put our line in here, put the wire going. Now the problem is with cable, it takes 60 wire per minute. But this is making 30 wire per minute. So these two are actually going to supply one cable maker. It's all about learning to balance supply and demand. That's if you want an efficient production line. If you don't give a shit, then don't bother. That's up to you. I'm not going to tell you how to run your factory. This is just what I have found to be the best for me. So there we go, into there. We know we need 2 more bloody reinforced iron plate. Get rid of that. I just cut that off, which was stupid. Put the raw ore in. And we also need to merge this and store it. So production, constructor. Yeah, I didn't make the reinforced iron plate, but let's put power poles in. Get these going. Start making use of that. A constructor. Cable. And storage. Well, we put it in the right spot. So we're making 30 cable, taking 60 wire per minute. Between these two, we're making 60 wire per minute. So now we've got our cable. So for now, all our level 1 stuff is pretty much being made, except for reinforced iron plate. So to continue our base, we'll actually need to go up. And I always like to make these ramps really easy so you can just run straight up to the area. So, and then I'll show you how to do my centralized storage area so that you can just go to one spot to collect it all, but we're not there yet. So we know that this level is the level where material is going to come in. So we've got one more, and this is the height where we're building our limestone production. So this is what I love. You can jump and hit C and slide all the way down. Just a bit of fun. But we need more concrete. What we can do, split this off and go put it in the storage box. And we'll try and use some of the stuff that we've already got on us. To put straight in the machines. Then you can also put extra in the actual smelters themselves. But these smelters are working at 100% efficiency. So not bad. All the stuff we had, we've stored some and put some in here. Because what it'll try and do is fill these up to maximum and then continually supply them. So we can chuck our reserve cable in there, just top that one up a little, which means that our constant wire production is done now. We don't have to worry about doing that ourselves ever again. Alright. So, to make the lifting that work, you actually have to figure out that this one here is already lifted to there, so we have to go beside it. So, right here is where the new input line will be. Well, it'll be lifted to here. There's nothing to say we can't then move it over to here. But we also realise that our input for the factory is actually down here. So we've got to bring over our lower level framework so that we can actually build off that. And then you can just get rid of the extra. While we're strapped for concrete, this is the way to do it. So it's over there now. This way you've got a bit of consistency in your factory, so it looks good. So what we need to do to make sure that the factory goes the right direction for the conveyor line, put these in, put the conveyor in here. Of course you need concrete to build the poles. Like, why not, you know? So now when you try and build the lifter, you connect it there, it actually has input instead of an output, which it was trying to do there before. So we've got our one space, and then we can put our smelters in, which is, in this case, actually a constructor. So one constructor. Two constructor. Three constructor, four. But once we go down and pull that one apart, we can add that one to this. So for our, since we already know that this takes 45 per minute for iron ore, that an impure node cannot supply enough limestone to have one of these run at full speed. So this will be one of the first lines that we have to upgrade, and once we unlock the ability to overclock machines, the limestone will be the first one to get the overclocks. So, which will actually take it from being 30 to, I think it's 60 or 75. So that pretty much nearly operates two of these for the basic first one. So yes, we're going to leave in the infrastructure for two for this line, and I'll explain how we do the expansions in that in a minute. So this will be just this production line. Then I'll show you how I do the feed outs and everything. So, but every one of these machines I give a storage block. So somewhere for it to store the concrete. Because then you end up with a huge amount of it also. So we've built the machine we need there. We can actually get rid of these blocks now and put the them in there so that we can actually put the storage container here. Like, we'll go down, we'll obviously come back with more concrete, but for now it allows us to at least get it built. And that's also why we have one thing per machine, so that we can keep going up levels with power. So this now has power, has concrete selected. This one has concrete selected. We have somewhere to store the concrete. Now we just have to pump in the actual concrete itself. So we need to move our feed-ins to here. This is why this type of shit goes underneath, so it doesn't block it and look shit. As you can see, you can fall from a decent height and not get hurt. Fall onto the belts. And there we go. So that's piped up to the new limestone area. And we will divert the current concrete one to over there. Grab the rest of that iron ore. Now, the great thing is we don't have to worry about not having enough concrete to build the poles right now, because we picked up what was in the storage box. So we now have 85. This allows us to go up and over the current stuff here. Once we get the lifters, the stackers, we'll reorganize the lines out here, and it'll look so much better. So Let's go back upstairs. We've got a little bit of concrete to expand upstairs so we don't have to worry about falling to our deaths. Eventually we'll have things like hypertubes and that to be able to just get up to each individual level really quickly, really easily. And this is our first lot of concrete where it gets processed, stored. I'll chuck in the raw concrete I have into this one. Oh, limestone I should say. And then we have our main exit bus. So put a pole in here. Put a pole in here. Conveyor. Like that. Then we grab your merger. And you feed out into the main bus. Now, the great thing about this is, as you are able to feed more and expand your constructors, the only thing you need to upgrade with this is here, the main bus, for the belt speed. These never need to go above 60 because you're only making 15. So there is absolutely no point in upgrading this belt, or this belt, or even this belt. It's just that belt there and that belt there that need to be upgraded, depending on how fast you're bringing in the raw materials. Which allows you that, say, when you get up to like your level 3 miner, I think level 3 is the highest, and it's fully upgraded with overclocks, and you've got the belts coming in, the only time you need to expand now is this way for more constructors to take advantage of that resource, because all that resource is from this one belt. So when we do the next lot of limestone coming in, it'll be for a new setup of bloody constructors here. So my next one will come in this section here. So I'll actually end up having a gap between them. And you just, every time you bring in a new node's worth of resources, you build your new set of constructors, which can be expanded as needed depending on the speed of your belts. It just makes life a lot easier, so you don't have to continually reconstruct shit. Because that, honestly, in this game, is probably one of the worst parts of the game, if you're going to choose something to be a bad part of the game. So in order to be able to bring stuff up, we have to get rid of this one. Bring over our underlay area, which very soon will have more than enough concrete to be able to just put it in and leave it and not have to worry about sacrificing stuff that we've already tried placing. We just don't have the concrete yet to leave it in permanently in certain spots, but we will get there. So what we do is we put in our pole, run our belt over, and then we build our constructors and so on and so forth. Yes, you can pick up stuff straight off the belts if you want to. I advise not doing that if possible. Because, like, seriously, you can just, once you've got enough concrete coming in, which our supply has now reached up here and is going into the machines. So, like, even for now, if we wanted to, we can get rid of that so that we can actually put the raw ore in the constructor so it gets used. And really, if we wanted to, for now, we can get rid of that line, because honestly, we're not getting enough limestone in to actually operate two of them, so it's kind of pointless. Put it all in one for now, but the stuff's in place if we need it. So now we're producing concrete. It'll fill up this little section and then it'll start storing in here. We'll wait 30 seconds to see that. See, now we're storing up, just like we were earlier. And now we can also expand it. Get rid of that one. So, our copper level as needed. So, what do we got? We've got a ton of raw copper on us. So, this one's already got 100 in it. That's already got 100 in it from when we filled it up earlier. Again, 100. Again, 100. So we don't have to can't put anything extra in them. The refinery here, we can top up to 100. This one we can top up to 100, but then we've still got a ton of leftover copper. Do not just destroy it. We're going to put it in what's called the awesome sink. So we need another storage box. Just put it on top of that one. Chuck it all in there. And we're good. So our factory is now starting to form. And it's only taken us about 3 hours to get the factory to a point where it can just be expanded for the smelting area. So we've got our basic machinery making everything that we need. A few of our biomass burners have turned off, but we're still producing enough power. But we've got a ton of biomass now. So let's go over here and get these online so that these four don't monopolize all the biomass fuel. Because it's not using a ton of it, but it's still using it. This just means it'll use it a bit more evenly. There we go. All while we were doing other projects, our power supply is getting worked on. So I'm going to keep probably 22 on me so that I can run the chainsaw. So now we need to make a couple of miners to go do our iron ore. Our limestone. We don't need to do any of this anymore. So that's all getting made, that's getting made, that's getting made, that's getting made. The only one not getting made is this one here, which we need assemblers for. We will get there though. See? All the lovely ores coming in. This one here will end up getting split up, so each one of these miners will actually run in on their own belts, and we'll have 2 rows of smelters for there, but we're not ready for that because we have to actually make our separate construction area. So all the constructors we've put in there are temporary, and they'll actually be moved and built on their own separate levels. So one level will just make steel plates, next level will make iron rods, next level will make screws, because when you can change your recipes of what you want going in, instead of then having to move all your constructors, you just have to change what's feeding the constructors. It just makes life that little bit easier. So, as I said about just taking power over as needed, there's a free power pole. Stabby, stabby. Got him. And he was just about to charge. So, there's limestone around here somewhere. I think it's over there. Do a bit of chainsaw work because this stuff's annoying me. What's funny is later on, I quite often see people just throw this stuff, the leaves and that away once they've cut down an area. Why bother? You might as well go put it to be converted into biomass fuel just in case you ever need it. It can be used. I believe there are recipes later on, I think, that do take biomass. Could be wrong. The leaves are just good for your biomass, but you'll pick up flower petals as well. So you'll end up using the flower petals in your colour gun. So you'll actually end up just doing a separate construction line just for them. And that's what happens when you get attacked. Come on. Didn't see him coming, so you can see we took a bit of damage there, so this is why we've got our berries on us. You'll end up using the berries for a recipe to give you health mixes that fill up your health in one go, than just using separate little berries, but we haven't gotten there yet. You have to research that one in what's called the MAM. We haven't unlocked that one yet either. We should, because we're going to need that soon. Might be something up here worth going to have a look at. We'll go so. Grab our zappy out. Great thing about the concrete too is you can use it to build bridges and all kinds of things to be able to get to higher level areas that you usually wouldn't be able to get to. Just a whip.
I strongly advise you to harvest this specimen.
I don't even know what these are used for. I assume they might go in the MAM somewhere. So great view up here. Go get that bug soon. We'll be able to build a bridge straight across there. And there's our coal node that we want. That'll end up doing our bloody steel. That won't be used for power. There's one over there right near the water that we'll end up using for our fuel for our coal power. You will go through so much steel, it is ridiculous. But that's also why we're doing the iron ore the way we are, because you end up using the iron ore in it and everything, so... Just making sure there's nothing down here that we might want, other than that coal over there. Just be careful not to fall off the edge. Areas like this do lead to things like caves. Oh, we need the bacon. Oh, Spidey. Yeah, there's uranium there. We'll need the bacon, that'll go in the MAM. Oh, there's one of those annoying ones I hate. Let's take him on. Grab these, they come in handy. Apologise to those arachnophobes. Spiders don't bother me, so they're staying on. Sorry, guys. Quartz. We need this. If I see any of that, they will be mined. Now, we can't get any further down there because of that gas cloud. It will kill you. So does radiation. If you get it high enough, it'll start killing you. Don't get me wrong, spiders still give me a bit of a jump scare, but I like that. Nothing wrong with getting the adrenaline going. If you're going to go into an area you haven't explored before, like I am doing right now, make sure you keep your health up as often as possible. Oh, something fell down. Died, obviously. It's probably that pig from earlier. Literally just harvesting this to give me clear sight. Oh, sulfur. Need that also. So, like, the sulfur and quartz will be other resources we get in. So, they will actually be additional levels to our smelting area on our base. So, you can imagine just how tall the smelting factory is going to get. We'll end up probably having a separate steel actual factory, maybe, or don't know yet. We will see. There's a slug over here we want. Do a quite careful drop. Nice. Now, easy way to get in there. I'm definitely hearing spiders of some variety in the... Oh, there it is. That was the jump scare. I like that. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, you little bug creature? There you are. Oh, arachnid, I should say. Scared the crap out of me. I love that. It's a great feeling. Nothing wrong with a bit of an adrenaline jump there. Don't harvest the uranium. It was already giving us radiation damage, and you know, why cause yourself extra hurt if you don't need to? So I'm just literally collecting all of this because it's opportunity. Alright, we'll get back and start working back over to our new limestone nodes, since we should have built up a bit of concrete by now. Just love how this continues to work all lovely while we're away exploring. Drop off. Oh, that was a ton of grass. There's all the wood in there. Go drop off our bug. Drop off the whip. Drop off those. We'll take that upstairs. Drop that off. Drop the flowers off. Pick these up and put them in the top box so we all have it in the same spot. And I'm going to go collect the hub, because we'll move this. Nothing worse than having to go back and forth for the damn thing. Get rid of that. So there we go. There's the hub gone. Great thing is, when you rebuild it, you haven't lost any progress. So don't feel bad about rebuilding it. Alright, so we need to go upstairs and get some concrete, and we'll have to move those as well, because this is exactly where I want the hub. My heart's still pounding from that little jump scare there before. That was great. I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, as you might tell. Do that there for now. We now have more than enough concrete to get our second area built. We'll have to end up moving this belt, I'd say. Put put the raw resources downstairs and put the stuff we want to keep up here. Like that. Yeah, that's all being kept to be put into the awesome sink. So that's full. Alright, so special, hub. Alright, so there's the center. Alright, so yes, we definitely have to move this. Leave a space between it. Actually, it already had one. Alright, so we can move it closer. There we are. Put power pole in here for these. Nothing wrong with hooking those back up into the system now that the hub's right there. Get rid of that. This can be moved. That can actually stay here. Didn't mean to take that away. What do we got? Some copper ore. Yeah, that's from the belt. Nice. Now we're just got to get rid of the junk. There we go. Junk gotten rid of. Come over here to the constructor. Chuck in the raw limestone that we just got, because that'll make small concrete a lot quicker. Nice. Alright, so go here. Great thing is you can move around whole large areas and whatnot, and this thing will stay there, ready to be built. Problem is, we don't have enough iron plate. But we know where to get some. Hundreds of them. Let's see how many screws we've got. Oh, look at that. Hundreds. Not thousands. Got enough to go do this field research. I'll also go do that real quick. Oh, we need some more wire, but we know where to get that. Nice and easy. Big red button.
Milestone reached. The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons. Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
Alright, so before we try putting in the concrete for this one, let's go and get the new limestone area built and working before we worry about that. So we need to get the lift going again. Put it there. So that's 13 blocks high that can go up and down. So what we'll do is we'll provide over the normal limestone node first, and then we'll do the impure one. So this should be the impure, and the normal should be just around the corner, I believe. There she is. So let's get rid of this. Get rid of the sulfur. We'll need that, so you want to keep that. The good thing is, if you want to, you can create a storage box for like random ores that you can't put in your smelters or something, to be fed into an awesome sink. So there's the first one. Second one. So what rate does the normal node put out for us? 60 per minute versus the 30 we were getting. So this is enough to at least run one constructor constantly. So belts have a limited length that they can be. Now I do advise always lifting up your belts. Takes nothing to do it. All you do is once you put in the first placement of the belt, you just use the lift you click it once, and then you can kind of aim up and down with the cursor for how much it lifts. So there we go. That's now piped in all the way up there. It just needs power sent over to it. And when we get the stackers, which I don't think we have access to them yet. No, not yet. Once we have the stackers for the belts, we'll have these stacked, so it looks a lot better. So let's find our power pole. There it is. Again, one machine, one power pole. Nothing wrong with building extra power poles, who cares? There we go. She's now online. Now I think we do have some... No, we don't. Okay. Thought we might add some granite, some limestone sitting there. Great thing is, if you want to, as your belts start getting put out around the map, you can actually use them as a quick way to run around. You can't obviously go up the lifters, but eh. One of the things we want to get working now is also the MAM. The great thing is we've got on limestone going up there. We just have to put in the process for it to actually be used. So what I do like to do for my base here is I put it in on this side, usually, sorry. My equipment shop, and then I put the MAM. Oh, need to do some more reinforced iron plate. Fortunately, this is the one that we haven't automated yet, but we will. We'll get there. This is also, the reinforced iron plate is what you need to upgrade your belts to level 2. So get used to making it. There's a MAM. These things are great. Unlock so many things like flower petals. Come over to our flower petal storage, which should be up top. Take that, take all this, that, and that, and that. This will all be used in the MAM. Doesn't take any power, which is awesome. So flower petals, 3 seconds of research for this one. So we've now unlocked color gun, so that one takes 5 minutes, this one takes 3 seconds. Can't do that one until you've done that one, obviously. So this one takes 3 seconds. Just if you've got the 3-second ones available, just do them real quick. This does take resources out of your inventory. We need another 3 of the organics. So let's go grab some... this will increase our inventory, so let's go grab some more wire, because bigger inventory is always good. Should have some wire probably sitting in here. Yeah, let's top it up with a big stack. But we've got enough wire on us. And we're making more, so... We'll also check our power fuel in a minute. What else can we find the ones for 3 seconds? Can't do that yet. Yep, we found some bacon.
New object added to the object scanner.
So, nutrient mixture, we'll need steel tech for that. We haven't got there yet. Don't have enough of them. We have a power slug, which is good. So we use our first power slug we got. But that now unlocks us to be able to do upgrades. So this unlocks overclocking. So we need to do that one as well. Quartz. We picked up some while we're out and about. This is all just 3-second research, so why not, eh?
Resource added to the resource scanner.
Opens up sulfur, so you can see what you need to continue along. The thing we really want to work on right now is the overclock. Or actually, no, let's do the inflated pocket dimension first, and then we'll do the overclock. So I always put the stuff that I like to use for the MAM in this box here. I'll keep the those on me because we use them. Just drop that off, drop that off. Actually, I think we can convert that now. Drop that, not them. Leave the flower petals, leave them. I don't bother converting these to fuel till later on, till I've unlocked everything I can in the MAM. Even then, I don't really like to do it. Yeah, here we go, power shard. I'll show you how to use those once we've got the overclock unlocked. So let's go drop off the flowers and whatnot. Oh, here's the wood, drop that off. Drop that off. Put the sulfur back. Sorry about the organising, guys. It's just a little bit of what you got to do to make sure you know where everything is for later on. Let's top up our jennies, and we'll even get the base ones going. So it gives us extra 40 megawatts for nothing. we've only used about 40 out of each one of these, so that's not too bad in the time we've been dicking around. So there we go, an extra 40 for just, you know, a bit more biofuel. Go drop off the rest in here. Keep a small stack on us. Let's go get our limestone working, and we should be good then. You know, we'll have our main production going. We'll have a ton of concrete getting made. We should actually have some more concrete made by now, so we'll come over here and grab that. We do. We've been flat now since we started today, and we really haven't stopped. As you can see, resources build up over time. So as long as you're busy doing stuff, you won't even notice the time it takes to get the resources built up. So then we get a splitter, and we've put these around the wrong way. Oops. And feed them in. Again, I only need Mark 1 belts to feed in because it can only take resources at a certain rate. You used to be able to build the power poles on top of the sorters. That used to be good. That we need some wire. There we go. How much cable do we have? Go grab a stack of cable. Look at all that cable we've got stored up. It's good, ain't it? Once we hit the full box, it's not worth worrying about trying to continue production. Just let it hit full box and we're done. Good thing is, like with the concrete here, we'll end up having a couple of full storage boxes. So, because this will actually have both go, like one will be working at full power, and the other one won't be working as good, but it'll still be working. So, the overage of stuff will be getting used. Set the concrete. Set the concrete. There we go. Concrete's going in. Well, limestone's going in. Concrete will be coming out. We don't have any raw resource to chuck in there, but that's good enough. So, we're now making double the amount of concrete than what we had. Well, probably a little bit more on ratio, depending on how you want to do it. I can't be bothered doing that sort of maths. There we go. Nearly got the concrete we need to do this unlock. So what you can do now is bring over that other lot. Could actually combine that onto the one belt if we wanted to temporarily, which I might do, so that it actually has this one working at max. Same as the first one. It wouldn't. It's not going to hurt it for now. It'd actually be a bit better if I do. This one here, jump down here, we'll put a lift on it. Now later on, when you've got trucks going, these need to be at least 3 little notches up in order to allow you to drive the trucks through. So there we go, that one's working now as well. So we can take the extra out of that if we want. Probably got extra on this one over here as well. So we'll top up the overflow constructors with this stuff. Because why not? We'll end up separating these belts once we start overclocking the extractors, and they'll have their own little production line up in the factory. The great thing is, not only does the factory can go to the right, it can also go to the left. So if you get more resources coming from this direction, from the east, we'll just expand it to the east. If we get some more coming from the north and the west, we'll expand it to the west. That's why you have one factory designated to do one thing, then another factory to do another, blah, 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 blah. So very shortly, the new extractor that we got going will start feeding into the belt. At the merger point there, as you can see it. There we go, it's going in. So the belt's now providing 60 per minute. Eventually that little bit of extra there will feed out. It'll just be onto the belt. It'll take a little bit for it to actually work through. We're pretty much at constant production now. So, out of the 280 megawatts we can produce, we're using about half of it. So there's 26 there. 13, 14 there. So there's 40. 65 there. And 50 there. So, not bad. That's enough to put in to unlock the level. So we need to make the reinforced iron plate. How much copper do we have? We can top it up to a group of 500. We've got plenty of cable. I'll top that up to 200. We'll need a ton of that. And we'll grab screws. There we go. So let's go crafting. Actually, I need 300 of that, so I might as well take a little bit extra. And let's drop off. So everything's in except for the reinforced iron plate, which, as I said, is the one thing we're not making currently, but we can make a lot of it. This is why I grabbed all the screws, because you go through 12 per iron plate and 6 sheets. So, and we need 50 to do this project. then we want to have some extra anyway. But as you can see, the majority of the stuff that we've got now, we don't have to do by hand. So, you still have to go out and collect it, obviously, by hand, but we can set up a centralized collection area for that. So we don't have to go to level to level to level to level to get it. It's also why we've got the multi-level thing for the belts, so you can put all your little belt work to merge this or split this or something away from your assembly area so it doesn't look completely shit. Alright, so we've got our 50 that we need. Put that in, send it away. And we can start making more while we're doing this.
Milestone reached. Improved versions of conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage additional verticality, conveyor poles now have a stackable variant.
There we go. We now have our stacking poles. I love these things. Just makes it easier for you to bring your conveyor belts all in on like one spot instead of having it all over the place like we've currently got, because right now it looks kind of stupid. And like you can get really high with these stacking poles, so why not, eh? So I'll get up to 50 of the reinforced iron plate so we don't have to make some for a while. We'll also need some of these to actually make the assemblers, I believe. Beautiful. Alright, so we have enough stuff in order to do the part assembly for that. And that one shouldn't be too hard to do either. Because the next project after that is to build the space elevator. And here we go in the MEM, the thing we started earlier. So we now have more room. Nothing wrong with having a bigger inventory, that's for sure. So what do we want next? Can't do that one yet. This is the one we want. Start that. This will allow us to use the slugs to overclock our extractors. So that's when things start to get really fun. The only problem is it does use a lot of power. Is this getting used? Yes. So as we remember, this needs 60 wood per minute to go in, produces 300 out. So right now it's got a huge amount that's sitting there, but it can't get rid of it quick enough. So what we can do is upgrade it to a Mark II belt. This is why I built the 50 extra. So now it's moving out at 120. It's not what we need for the 300, but we have doubled the extraction speed. So this needs 120 biomass per minute. So let's upgrade the belt. It's now getting what it needs to give it constant production. So this thing would be the same, obviously. And let's just double check the outs, the ins and outs for the leaves. So it needs 120 per minute going in and puts 60 out. We've got the 60 out for that belt, but we need to upgrade the input belt to make it efficient. There we go. So it's now getting at the speed it needs. The wood's fine. So the belt there has been managed a lot better. This outputs at 60 per minute. And as I said, that 61 there and that 61 there are perfect because they both output at 60 per minute. The only problem is this one here can only take 60 per minute. So we upgrade this one. And now it's doing 120 per minute. So whatever input is coming in out of these is getting into this machine, or the storage, a lot more efficiently. So let's go top up our power supply before we get too excited, and then we can move on to upgrading others that might need the thing sped up. But that's the main one that needs efficiency, is, well, mainly for the Mark II belts, is our power supply. So once you've got more than enough biomass on solid fuel, sorry, like this, you can just run along pressing Control left click to top up the jennies. You don't have to split it up. You only have to split it up when you don't have enough to go around. I think you can also put coal on the biomass jennies, but if you're going to be harvesting coal, you might as well have coal fire plants going. So, yeah, as these two are producing, whenever this one's coming out, here, this belt here is managing it perfectly well. So it's very efficient right now. Like, the only bottleneck we've got is the output for the biomass for the wood plant. So it's the only inefficiency we've got there. So I can get rid of this one because we've already got one. So we've got 30 seconds before that comes back. What do we need? Need to go get some iron plate. We've got everything we need for it. But the great thing is, our iron plate over here, boom, yeah. Now I think that's efficient. That's a 15. This needs. So yeah, we're getting more here than what we need for this, but at the end of the day, who cares? This is all temporary anyway, so top that one up. Grab another couple of stacks of that because we'll use a ton in a second. We'll just top that up. Can't build anything new in this except for the object scanner. It's a cool little toy, that. We'll actually build one of them, we'll need it. You do eventually have to actually automate beacons. So, don't ask me where I am now, I'm not sure how it works, but we'll get there. Alright, so this one, select, click, 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 and click. And that one's already ready to go. We didn't have to make any of those by hand.
Milestone reached. More complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator. Note: project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
Alright, so we need a yellow one to unlock that. Because the yellow one literally just means that we can use the yellow slugs for power shards, which give you 2, I believe. And I think the purple give you 4. I'm not 100% sure, don't quote me on it. So, we're smashing through these fairly quickly. Put that up. We could actually set up a construction line for the flower petals now if we wanted to, probably here, to make, or maybe facing this way, to make color cartridges if we want to play around and color our base at all. So all we do, same as everything else, we just chuck a little storage in. Try and put it in the center. Chuck a constructor in. And put a storage on the other end. Simple as that. So oh, okay. What do we make the color cartridges in? We haven't unlocked them yet. We have to do that in the MAM. Ah, my bad. But I'm pretty sure it's in the constructor. So we just need a power pole. So here's one we prepared earlier. And we'll put the organisation at the end of it. Since we don't need to give two shits about whether that's efficient or not, we can just pick up the plants from that. Come over here, chuck them in. They'll start feeding out on the line to the here until we select the what it needs to construct, which will be color cartridges. The color cartridges will be made and then stored in here for whenever we need them. So we just have to wait for the MAM to finish. There's the slugs done. Flower petals. So color gun. And then we can do color cartridges, which we need 100 of those for. So, and we've got 270, so Bob's your uncle. Let's put in the concrete between those, so we don't have to worry about accidentally falling through. So, because now that we've got our double amount of concrete to be made, we can start being a little bit more lax about how we use it. Because, like, seriously, there's 132 there, 153 there. Jump. 132 there. And 152 there. So we've got more than enough to help do the project and to be a little bit more lazy about how we build things. But that is as far as we're going to go for today's stream, guys. I am going to continue. I'm just going to end this stream around about the 4-hour mark. We'll continue with the stream in a few seconds. So thanks for watching, guys, and I'll be back very shortly.